Okay. Bakhulu kopa le ikatometseng le tlo dula mo pele. Ngicela nisondeleni nizohlala phambili. You won't be asked to break dance or anything, so it's okay. You can come and sit in the front. Thokozani Makhehla. Ngicela nisondeleni. All right. Bengicela nje siyenzeni nje just loosening up exercise. I'm going to ask us to basically clap hands in this particular fashion. Ngicela nilaleleni ne. It's going to go like this. Ne? 1 2 3 1 2. Ane? 1 2 3 1 2. Right? 1 2 3 1 2. Again. 1 2 3 1 2. Again. 1 2 3 1 2. Kiko pala tumeleng Bakhulu. 1 2 3 1 2. 1 2 3 1 2. 1 2 3 1 2. Aretsa sona re tsosa moya. Ager re bitsa Bakhulu bonkgone le bontatemolo. Modimo le badimo. Re ba mema mo sebakeng hore ba tle ba be le rona ka nako tsohle. Thokozeni are antse re chapa matsoso hona le pina e ke tle introduceang ba bang ba itsebang kopa re le joineng ager age asa oset eru dut osa oset eru dut osa oset erulu oset erulu osa oset herunu osa oset herunu osa oset erunut 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 Osa, Oset, Asa, Asa, Oset, Oset, Heru, Heru, Neptet, Neptet, Jehut, Jehut, Anpu, Anpu, Sekhmet Past, Sekhmet Past, Chozan. Le amogelegile bagolo santsane motshwara marapo a itukisa so in the meantime re tla ne re bine re ne re itukisetse go amogela motshwara marapo gore a tla tlo renka so ba e leng gore ba itse gore mo gae mo se fela se ntho e leng gore ra e tshaba re kopa re di voice tsa rona di throat tsa rona ra tseba di rusty after lockdown lo bona di rastinyana so re kopa rai le ha re ntse re bina re ba bitse bagolo so ne ke kopa re ne repeat that same rhythm but then this time ke tlo introduce a drum I'm going to be doing it from the chair and then we'll just continue singing and then ha le nako ya ho fetola pina ke tla ema hape re fetole pina a ke re santsane re hopola 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 Asa Oset Erunut Osa 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 Oset Erunut
My mother tried getting us into schools in Soweto, and the black principals then were very scared of police harassment. They were afraid to take us because one or two had already experienced, harassment from the security police for having us there. Then we had to use, we changed our surnames, and my mother took us to, a colored school in town. And there as well, the security police caught up with us and, had us kicked out of that school. And this went on and on in about 6 or 7 schools here in South Africa, in town, where we were just chucked out. We wouldn't even spend a month, we'd be kicked out, until such time that some friends of my mother's heard about our plight, and then they offered to have us educated in Swaziland.
Knowing Mama's strength and charisma and her determination, tremendous respect that I have for her strength as a woman, that she was able to be a single parent and she was able to put a smile on her face, always hold her head up high. We never saw her fall apart.
My father says, I cannot and will not give any undertaking at a time when I and you, the people, are not free. Your freedom and mine cannot be separated. I will return. Amanda!
A letter that he wrote to me that I obviously didn't get, where he was analyzing my poetry and so on. It was very touching, it was quite emotional.
Thokozani makhosi. Hari choir kiri. Nerikopa re bineng kaofela. Can we all maybe just stand up? Let's all be in one spirit. Yeah, we're not a choir, guys. You can hum if you don't know the lyrics. That works too. Thokozani. Hadij.
I'm feeling again. I'm feeling again. Sia bingele la kuwe. Sia ma feeling again. Sia ma feeling again. Sia ma So pina very much because you are Mkhulu. You have to say that because you are Mkhulu. Very much because you are Mkhulu. You have to say that because you are Mkhulu. So it will just be wow. Which are to someone. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia bingele la buwe. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia bingele la buwe. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia busela buwe. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia bingele la buwe. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia bingele la buwe. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling angry. Sia busela buwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya buse laguwe. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. Siya bigele laguwe. Asaf. Osset. Heru. Nut. Geb. Maat. Sekhmet. Set. Anpu. Neptet. Neptet.
Ubani.
I think it's very important for dialogues to be had, especially with the current geopolitical environment. We have to have these conversations. It shocked me when we had at Mandela Day, when the young lady was talking about a radio station or a program here where people are allowed to make racist jokes in the guise of Danish humor. That is not acceptable. It's not acceptable. Try cracking those jokes in South Africa and let's see what's going to happen. I invite you anytime, because in South Africa, first of all, in South Africa, you will be arrested. Number two, you will be penalized. I think our last racist lady was charged 150,000. You will get that. Thirdly, you will get an education. You'll be forced to attend a workshop where you are learn, where our philosophy is don't hate, just educate. That will happen, and I think that needs to happen here. Because I've had discussions with people here that I really look up to and respect, who will say to me the same thing about, oh, but do you know that Negro is Latin for black? And then I say, it's the intention, by the way, and the effect that that name has on me that matters. And this is a two-way street. If Negro is okay for me, then please embrace racist slave master for yourself. It's a two-way street. I think it's so very important in a society where some of us have been at the receiving end of racial incidents where you're not allowed to use the word racism. People get uncomfortable here, whether it's in schools or, community halls. When you talk about racism, it's like it doesn't exist. And I'm thinking, where are we? Where are we? It's important to have these dialogues because we spoke earlier on about the importance of liberation of all of us from these mindsets. The mindset that says I'm superior, the mindset that dictates somebody is inferior. We all need to be liberated from that. We don't exist in isolation. We're part of a bigger global family. And the sooner we learn to look into ourselves and address our mindset issues, so much better will this world become.
Makhosi. Wait, I think Harka e Makaufela, the spirit and the songs will, Hey, hey, but can we all stand? Can we all, we're celebrating a great life. That's what's up. Can we sing along, guys? Harika, we all singing along, again. Mas here we go. Must be the food to go. Let's just put.
One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Runa babilu te tata kopili. Oya Runa, Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa babilu te tata kopili. Makwala acheche, acheche le murao. Oya Runa babilu te tata kopili. Makwala acheche, acheche, acheche le murao. Oya Runa babilu te tata. Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa. Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa. Makwala acheche, acheche le murao. So what's that, my kid?
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Awubheka umshiye ngishabalala lo igama. Ngisuka la eShawela ngihamba neqembu lami namhlanje. Sithole kahle ke nisafudumele so nithi va va. Ngeyodwa nje ingoma. Ne right angithi. Awuthi ngikhulume no my selector. Ngicela ningithi. Asambe. Angithi celebrate namhlanje. Asikhali. Ngempela ifunakala namhlanje. Namhlanje sa celebrate kuphela. I connect.
Silky leaves.
Jabulu chuli. Sambe pashu. Kithi nansi ngoma yakho. Siletha kwena phuma ngakho jabulu chuli. Kithi wemlaleli. Nansi ngoma yakho. Siletha kwena phuma ngakho jabulu chuli. Jabulu chuli. Jabulu chuli. Siletha kwena Jabulu chuli. Okay, asikisi ukunikhatha kancane. Le esizoyenza khona manje igama layo Nyathuko. Ikhuluma ngokuthi mubhayiziseka, feel ngathi uyacindezeka empilweni, ungawo umoya, kusazohlangana. Indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Kodwa lo sise sicubula naye kule ngoma ke khona namhlanje simxolisele. Sambe.
Siyathatha Nyathuko mama, mathokanya kuba mnyama kakhulu. Siyathatha Nyathuko mama, mathokanya kuba mnyama kakhulu. Siyathatha Nyathuko mama, mathokanya mnyama kakhulu. Siyathatha Nyathuko mama, Nyathuko namabe avula ukuthandazeka kuNkulunkulu sitha sifuna thina sitha sifuna thina mama mnyama kakhulu. Siyathatha mama Masevumeye nangekhozo ngaba isivuliwe indlela kukhona mama six tata Siyathatha awunyamezela ubomi buhlubanja siyathatha Nyathuko khanya kuba mnyama kakhulu. Hayi ngihambile, hayi ngihambile we,
Siyabonga
hayi
kakhulu.
ngihambile bo, hayi ngihambile we, hayi ngihambile we, hayi ngihambile bo, hayi ngihambile we, hayi ngihambile bo.
Kumulane nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey. Nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey. Nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey, nam kumulane hey, nom kumulane hey. Nam kumulane hey, 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 nam kumulane hey. See you, bon girl.
Heru. Heru. Jehud. Jehud. Maat. Maat. Neptet. Neptet. Anpo. Anpo. Asakmet past. Thokozani. Wemveli ngange nkosi yamakhosi. Nkosi yama. Siyabingelela kuwe nkosi. Wemveli ngange. Amveli Kesha. Siyabingelela kuwe nkosi. Wemveli ngange. Amveli ngange. Siyavusela kuwe nkosi yami. Wemveli ngange. Amveli ngange. Siyabingelela kuwe nkosi. Wemveli ngange. Amveli ngange. Siyabingelela kuwe nkosi. Wemveli ngange. Amveli ngange. Siyavusela kuwe nkosi yamakhosi. Ngubani na ngubani na indlovu kanguNomkhubulwane nguNomkhubulwane indlovu kanguNomkhubulwane nguNomkhubulwane kamveli nguNomkhubulwane indlovu kanguNomkhubulwane nguNomkhubulwane kamveli nguNomkhubulwane indlovu kanguNomkhubulwane nguNomkhubulwane uNomkhubulwane indlovu kanguNomkhubulwane uNomkhubulwane maye sengifuna ukuzwa kahle awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle sengifuna ukuzwa kahle eqinisembala entuthwa eyabulala indlovu sengifuna ukuzwa maye sengifuna ukuzwa kahle awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle sengifuna ukuzwa kahle eqinisembala entuthwa eyabulala indlovu sengifuna ukuzwa maye sengifuna ukuzwa kahle awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle sengifuna ukuzwa kahle eqinisembala entuthwa eyabulala indlovu sengifuna maye sengifuna ukuzwa kahle awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle sengifuna ukuzwa kahle eqinisembala entuthwa eyabulala indlovu sengifuna ukuzwa kahle ukuzini ama-athi amfelenqa anomkhubulwane asa Jehud amhlaba aqamata alifats ahero niseme kanjalo makhetha ngicela niphinde after me nali hubo likaNuthi. We are in the season of Nuthi namhlanje. Ugogo uzobeka kabanzi ngesizini esikuyo nokubaluleka kwayo. But namhlanje samukela uNuthi nesizini yakhe on the 23rd. Nuthi wena unamehlo amabili ilanga nenyanga ezihamba ngaphakathi komzimba wakho. Uthathe uHeru waba ngumlingokazi wakhe. Uthathe uSethi waba ngumlingokazi wakhe. Wena Nuthi owazinqumela usuku lokuzalwa kwakho egameni lakho elingupet iyunu. Yenza izinqumo zokuba ngiphile ngingashabalali. Wena nuthi ophakeme uyindlovukazi yezulu. Thatha amadlozi nezithunzi zawo nemizimba yawo nokudla kwabo okungcwele nakho konke abanakho kube ngaphansi kwakho, kube ngokwakho. Ngenze ngingabi namphikisi ukuze ngiphile ngaphansi kwesiqu sakho isibhakabhaka emthunzini wamakhiwane. Not yenza impilo yami ibe ngeyakho. Not Thokozini.
Thank you so much. All right. Siyabulela Mkhulu Nsingiza ukusamkela. My name is Wendy Mpalo. I'm going to be your MC today. And I can never do it alone. So I need your energies. Walk with me. And to my entertainers, manizungat angiziva right. Shy scoop la. Ngifuna apho niphuma khona kuzinquthu baphakame namhlanje. Bathi inkosazana yethu leyo. Mina ngingisophitsho ke ngingqolo umsila nje ngiye mina. Mina inkosazana xa nifike ekhaya kuyachayelwa. Xa nifike ekhaya izinto zisuswa kuthi hayibo ungenile. So ke ndicela unamkela bethunana. Thank you so much for being here. It is such an honor. Ayabulela nabo madlomo. Bayabulela sophitsho. But thank you so much for being here. There's so much we go through in our lives, and to be here, it means that you have prioritized us and said we are coming, and that we don't take it for granted. So before we really begin, I'm going to start with the housekeeping, just to make sure that we all know what is where and what is going to happen. So I'm going to start with our bathrooms. Right when I turn now into this room, this house behind me, I think I would need a table because it's going to be challenging. I'll need to put some things, but anyway, let's carry on. So as I turn, we're going to turn into your right. Okay. As we turn to our right and enter right straight there, you will see there's a door that will be facing you. That is the female bathrooms. And then as you turn out to your left, right here, and then into your right, you will see that is the male bathrooms. All right. And guys, there is water right at the back. There's scones, there's coffees, there's teas. Please serve yourself. Feel free. We're here to praise in Lovgazlan. So we're going to make sure that we are so generous because we're saying thank you to her that she has lived and shared her journey with us. So we're going to do everything because we know her energies. We want to really tap onto it. And it's Mule City. All right. So I've mentioned the water, what it is. And please follow us on Instagram. Our Instagram page is GEK_movement. You like, you share, you know the drill. And again, please retweet. Again, our tweet handle is GEK_movement. And then please like on our Facebook and share. And then you have to subscribe on YouTube, The Great Empire of Kemet, Bonabakhulu. And then again, you'll follow us on Facebook on Zindzi Mandela Foundation. And it's the same Twitter handle. So please, let's do that. Now, we know today that we are here to celebrate and sing the praises of Zindzi Mandela. It is really with great sadness that we had to come and be here today. However, you know, in Xhosa kuthiwa inxeba ulala ngalo, where it's painful, that's exactly where your energies are, and that is where your strength is. So we're gonna really, sizokhunga. At the same time, we're here to say, thank you so much for your life, Zindzi. So now I'm gonna introduce our first speaker, which is Ugogo Urutendo Ngara. She's really gonna give us a presentation, guidance, and awareness and alertness of what is newt season. And in that very note, she will be giving tribute to Indlovukazi Zindzi Mandela. So before she comes, I would love to read her profile from my phone. Let's bear with me, walk with me. So I'm gonna be reading, introducing her on stage. Guys, asimshayeleni nje. Ndlovukazi. Please hold it for me. All right. Ugogo Rutendo Lurato Ngara. Rutendo Ngara is an African indigenous knowledge system holder and a transdisciplinary researcher whose professional interests have spanned from clinical engineering, healthcare, technology management, socio-economic development, mathematics, leadership, and fashion design, to the interface between science, culture, cosmology, and healing. With a passion of integrating art, science, and spirituality towards healing of the collective and restoration of the whole. She's a spiritual coach, shaman, priestess, counselor, and facilitator of several modes of healing. She is a practitioner of a number of physical disciplines, including dance, yoga, wushu kung fu, tai chi, having represented South Africa as an international silver medalist in the latter. Rutendo serves on a number of boards, including the Credo Mutua Foundation as chairperson, and the South African Wushu Federation. She holds BSc in Electrical Engineering, an MSc in Medicine in Biomedical Engineering, and is pursuing a doctorate in Philosophy of Education, the quest of harmony, coexistence, and complementary underpins her endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Ndlovukazi. 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 Nomkhubulwane. 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 Asante wa. Asante wa. Asante wa. Nzinga. Nzinga. Mantatis. 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 Nandi. Namdi. Nandi. Kabagacham. 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 Makhehla. Uyazi le Ndlovukazi engizokhuluma ngayo. Ibaluleke kakhulu kithi la eSouth Africa. Sithi nobandla. 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 Nokhaya. 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 Sibabiza bonke because this is the female energy. Bonke bayafana, bebegula the same way. Unobandla le umamweni. Unokhaya ke Indlovukazi esihlangane ngayo namhlanje. Nokhaya. 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 Thokoza gogo.
Makosi. It will be wrong for me not to welcome Ndlovukazi. Makosi. Mangifike ekhaya kuyajabula amadlozi mawanyakazi mawakikisi. Kuvuka usinga mangila ekhaya. Awuthi ngiyiculela Indlovukazi yabathwa le. Yakhethwa idlozi le. Mangingena kulamuzi. Kazonke. Mangingena kulamuzi. Sing with me, sing with me. Mangingena kulekaya. Kazonke. Mangingena kulekaya. Sing with me. Mangingena kulamuzi. Okay. Mangingena kulamuzi. Kazonke. Mangingena kulekaya. Okay. Mangingena kulekaya. Okay. Isangoma sukunyiswa ngengoma yaso makhulu. Uyisangoma futhi ugogo uRothendo makhulu.
Tokozani. What a privilege to be here on this day when we honor and celebrate a great legend, a great mother, and a great proponent who I think was the epitome of the season that we're celebrating today, the season of Nut, but also the season of many other great healers, great queens, as we have heard them called out today, many other great feminine deities, or Set, or Nebhet, Het Heru, Sekhmet, Sekhet, you name them. She embodied them in her wisdom, in her power. And it was with great shock and horror and sadness that the Credo Mutwa Foundation learnt of the passing of Umama Zindzi Mandela on the 13th of July, 2020. But this shock was also met with a consideration of the date that she transitioned, the date of the 13th, knowing that 13 is a sacred number amongst us as Africans. It is a number of power, a number of creation. It is a number of knowing the interface between death and life. It is the number of the 50 gates of Kali, if we're to go to other cosmologies, or to the 50 gates of Bina, the great skulls. So it is not surprising that one who held such power would choose a date of the number 13 to pass on to the eternal realms. So the foundation recognized that Zindzi Mandela was not only an apartheid activist and struggle icon who made great sacrifices for the political liberation of our country, but also as a spiritual activist who advocated for the liberation of the African mind from the protected bondages of mental colonization. Her life story was a testament to this. From the time of her birth on the 23rd of December 1960, here in Soweto, Johannesburg, Umama Zindzi Mandela, she was only 18 months old when her father, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, was arrested, convicted of sabotage and treason. She was only 3 years old when he was sentenced and banished to life imprisonment on Robben Island. When the family was dealt this heavy blow, things got even worse when at the age of 7 years old, her mother, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, was banished to a faraway town of Brandfort in the Free State province. This meant that her older sister, who was just a child herself, had to become the mother of Mama Zindzi. At the age of 12, her first prominence was when she wrote to the United Nations, urging their interventions to protect her mother, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, herself one of the fiercest anti-apartheid activists from a brutal South African regime. This is not the life any young girl should have to endure, yet still, she became well-established and grew into a powerful and influential soul. She wrote in 1973, "I am writing this letter to you because if my mother wrote, you might have received it, as most of her letters to her friends do not reach them. The family and Mommy's friends fear that an atmosphere is being built for something to happen to Mommy." Imagine this at her age. By 1985, at the tender age of 24 years old, she rose to international prominence when she read a letter during a mass gathering on behalf of her father, Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned, and her mother, Winnie, who was banned, neither of whom could deliver a message rejecting P.W. Botha's conditional offer to release her father from incarceration. Her fearlessness was born of a life of sacrifice, as she was constantly separated from her parents, who were perpetually hunted or imprisoned by the oppressive apartheid regime. And for the years following this moment, she continued standing firm against all forms of tyranny. Hers was a tough life, a life she shared with her people. She was the South African ambassador to Denmark recently, while simultaneously an advocate for the masses and an advocate for the land. She did not allow apartheid and racism to rest or to normalize even after the 1994 democracy. She echoed this sentiment in the midst of a land debate in June 2019 when she tweeted, "Apartheid apologists, your time is over. You will not rule again. We do not fear you." And this was hashtagged, "The land is ours." She was a daughter of the soil. She sought to speak for the voiceless, those who have been battered into silence through the generations. Alongside the need for political freedom, she spoke of spiritual alignment with the universe. Alongside her views on the injustices of land expropriation, she spoke of the need for self-actualization. Alongside pointing towards perpetuated structural slavery, she spoke of the importance of a sense of identity. She was astutely aware that total liberation is as much a political, social, and economic as it is mental, emotional, and spiritual. She compelled us to expand our notions of democracy, recognizing that true equality requires a democracy of ideas, a democracy of culture, a democracy of ways of being, of spirit. Hers was a struggle that spanned thousands of years as she lamented the marginalization of Africans from their own cultural and spiritual heritage. She thus sought the reconnection of the African people to their former glory. Mama Zindzi Mandela found her own voice as a spiritual, creative soul, as a poet and advocate for her people. In an anthology of poetry, Black as I Am, published in 1978, she recounts a family ravaged and torn apart. She wrote in her poem, "A tree chopped down, and the fruit was scattered. I cried because I had lost a family, the trunk, my father, the branches, his support." So what is it that informed her fearlessness? As a clue, we may travel into the ancient African cosmology of naming. Our ancestors in Kemet taught us the power in a name. Zindzi Mandela was named after the daughter of Nkai, a prolific poet whose story inspired Nelson Mandela to bestow upon his own daughter the name Zindzi, because his story was similar to his own life experience. Sek wrote that when he had returned to find that his wife had given birth, yet he had not known that she had been pregnant, he was filled with rage. He took his spear and charged towards the hut where his mother, his wife, and the baby were resting, with the intent to end the lives of both mother and child. Upon reaching the hut, he flung open the door, and at first glance, an angel lay peacefully in his mother's arms. He immediately saw himself in this little princess. Her semblance to himself was glaring and unmistakable. He stepped back and calmly uttered, "Uzinzile," which means, "You are well established." He then named her Zinziswa. The name of Indlovukazi Uzinziswa bears extraordinary prescience in that she grew to become an activist, a poet, a youth mentor, and an ambassador. Indeed, she was well established. So being well established, she coined the term spiritual currency. She often spoke about the return of Africans to their roots through their spiritual currency, by which she echoed the ancient Kemetic wisdom of know thyself. Knowing oneself begins with recognizing the new year on 23rd of September. This, she often said, would be the beginning of a process of defining time for the African, because everything in nature is governed by divine time. She said that time is sacred, and as such, the African should desist from defining time according to the Gregorian calendar. Africans knew and observed time. It is as sacred as they are, and associating time with European colonizers only serves to entrench their oppression. I'm trying to be in the right time. Therefore, the African calendar is of utmost importance as it reestablishes the divinity of time amongst Africans by which unity will be realized. So it is not surprising that we find ourselves here today in this memorial on the 23rd of August 2020, on Nwaba, when, according to the African calendar of the great empire of Kemet, we find ourselves ushering in the new season of Nut. Nut is also known as Amun, as Atum, as Atem, as Nu, as Amen. Nut is that which exists before the beginning and before all things, the primordial elements of creation and the Lord of all. She is the primordial mother, the source of the source. And I think if we look here, we may see her form there. She is often seen bending over, a dark figure with millions of stars within her body. So it is from Nut that all of creation emanates. It is from Nut where all stars and all masculine emanates and all feminine men emanates. She's the primordial darkness who brings forth all of life. We see this in a yoga position as we see there. Yoga is called Sema in Kemet, and which is erroneously called downward facing dog for those who may be doing yoga. But it is actually the posture of Nut, the posture of she who creates Geb, Geb being the father, the grandfather that of all manifestation as we know it. She holds him with all the stars that shine the light, that bring forth the hydrogen, that bring forth the sunlight, that bring forth the Ra force, the Ngum that we know, the Amanda that we know as the life force that emanates us. She's the primordial timelessness and spacelessness, the immaterial, the nothingness, the hidden one, the concealed. Nut exists in the realms of the infinite and eternal. We call this an Ankh He. He is the external, the infinite, and the eternal. Nut is the principle of peace, everlasting peace, timeless peace. She is the primordial feminine, the darkness from which all the stars and the suns emerge. She reminds us to return to the soul of the source. She reminds us to become in union with the world of spirit. She reminds us of the cosmic stream is accessed and all possibilities awaiting expression are available to the traveler. And in the realms of agriculture, she is the distribution of the seed to the soil once more. And so we recognize that Mama Zindzi Mandela as the primordial mother whose vision and determination gave the droplets of primordial waters that brought forth the Zindzi Mandela Foundation into establishment, that illuminated the great empire of Kemet through the stars of light in the darkness, and brought the African calendar into being. But more than that, brought the ability of so many to come into knowing of their divinity and their power. Africans, know yourself. We are at once, as we have said, spiritual, but also political, economic, cultural, emotional, and intellectual beings. And this ability to be all that is, this ability to be neter, to be nature, is what we attribute to the primordial mother Nut, the divine feminine from which all things and all no things come, the one who births God itself. And that's the impetus of creation, the impetus for unity, the impetus of cohesion, whether it is social or spiritual. Her consort, as we have said, is Geb. Geb is the manifestation of all that is. Geb is that which we feel, touch, see, think, everything that we can see and sense amongst us today. None of this will be present without the primordial mother of Nut. And so at this time, on this day of the 23rd of August, when we usher in the season of Nut according to the great empire of Kemet, the seed is distributed to the soil once more, but this time through the spirit of our mother, Zindzi Mandela. So it is along these lines that the family of Isanusi Credo Mutwa remembers with fondness their deep friendship with Mama Zindzi Mandela through their mother, Mama Winnie Mandela. The family recalls meals cooked and the food for thought shared, be it about the ravages imposed upon Africa or the political, cultural, and spiritual tools needed for the continent's emancipation. Usanusi Credo Muto considered Mama Zindzi Mandela as a daughter, often calling upon the children of his bloodline, such as Mama Nozipo here, to learn from her fearless ways. And the timing of her passing, which was at this time when the country is ravaged by the increasing bondages of the COVID-19 pandemic, a mere 5 days before the world commemorated the birthday of her father, a political icon globally, or a mere 8 days before we commemorated the birthday of the spiritual icon Isanusi Credo Vusamazulu Mutwa, who had passed away just over 3 months before she did, catapulted us into a spirit and a state of deep introspection. We know that Umama Zindzi Mandela has joined these great icons in the realms of the ancestors. We know that she's survived by her 4 adult children, her elder sister Zenani Dlamini, her half-sister Makaziwe Mandela, and the horde of patriotic South Africans, the diaspora, and the world, all who lay claim to her fearlessness as a daughter, a sister, a friend, a mother, and a freedom fighter. As the Credo Muto Foundation, we identify with Zindzi Mandela Hlongwane's struggles, her spirit, and the life, and are proud to call her one of our own. We ask that her soul rests in eternal peace, but not any peace, this peace that is the infinite and eternal attribute of Nut, the primordial mother. Thokozani.
Oh, thank you so much. Andlovukazi. Ah, come on, guys. Andlovukazi. You're such an honor. You know, I was just watching her. I'm thinking, our gods were really smiling when they're creating her. The energy and how she's not trying too hard. She just knows that she's a beautiful woman. Everything that we read about you, we felt it. And that shows that we are those beautiful emotions. And thank you so much, Gogo Rutendo. Ngara. Guys, I'm just going to go through our program. You know, Tina's Dag, okay, we chop and change most. Depends on the mood. We're just created like that. Whenever we feel like, we just change and copy and paste. This is not my program. Yeah. All right. My program's got notes. So now we started exactly at 1 o'clock. So the program has to take about 2 hours. So that means we have to finish by 3 o'clock. And then just going through it. Now I'm going to introduce Mkhulu Nsingiza, which is going to really tell us about the journey of the Zindzi Foundation. I mean, they had it all. That we know that part. And we want to make sure that he doesn't leave anything behind. Please excite us because we want to know it all. So after that, I'm going to introduce the kids on stage to come and pay their tribute and say their praises. So that if you really look on our program, that was item 11. So now I'm taking it to item number 6. So I just want them to be ready. And then I'll keep on introducing. Guys, please, ngicela isigubhu nje sika Gogo Rutendo before Mkhulu azela. Kancane nje kanginike isigubhu.
bongani, hey bongani bo, hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Yani mangela nuba, yayi como sebo. Yani mangela nuba, yayi como sebo. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Hey bongani, what's Mkhulu? Hey bongani bo. Hani mangalani, hey como soba. Hani mangalani, hey como soba. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. Hani mangalani, hey como soba. Hey bongani. Hey bongani, hey bongani wo. Hey bongani, hey bongani wo. Hani mangalani, hey como soba. Hani mangalani, hey como soba. Hey bongani, hey bongani wo. Hey bongani, hey bongani bo. 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 Makhosi amakhulu, makhosi. Makwande kwandubuhle. Ungandububi makhosi. Makhosi sovusa namandawo.
Thank you so much. We all enjoy that. I just want to say something to our speakers. Please try to align yourself. There's a camera here that is really videoizing you. So try by all means to go and come back because we still need to find you on our social media. Okay, now it's time for Mkhulu Nsingiza.
Autina sizwe, tina sizwe, sea, sikalela, sikalela, ulan makel. Tina sizwe, nasizwe, sea, ausikalela, kalela, aizwe, elatatwa, elatatwa, ngaba, elatatwa, elatatwa, ngaba, umabayeke, mabaye, umabayeke, mabaye, gumhlabawe. Thokozani, thokozani. Nayenye ekamama wo. Bebabili labantu bengahambi yedwa. Ekamama ithi ibambe, ibambeni. Ozozolile ozobani ucula. Ibambeni wes. Ozo. Oh, ibambe.
Oh, ibambe. Iwesizwa. Asikale
ngilalele kahle. Oh, ibambeni wezipha. Oh, ibambeni. Oh, ibambeni. Oh, ibambeni wezinsizwa. Isipho. Oliver Tambo, Oyisimamu, Nana Bafana, Osinkhumbuza, Winnie Mandela, Ibambeni, oh Ibambeni, oh Ibambeni. Oh, ibambeni. Oh, isipamu. Sana bafana.
Osenkhumbuza. Winnie Mandela. Isipamu. Sana bafana. Osenkhumbuza. Winnie Mandela. Oh, hey! Ibambe! Ibambe! Oh, Ibambeni! Ibambeni! Oyesekamu sana bafana osenkhumbuza Winnie Mandela.
Osinkhumbu. Amandla. Oh, wow. Woo. I need to catch my breath. To all our guests, we really welcomed you. To those ones who just arrived, familiar faces on social media, you are welcome. We really love you. Mkhulu just needs to catch his breath also. So, well, he's really throwing me on a deep end. Let me look at you and say, it is so good that you made it today. And the energy is so beautiful. Thank you for that Tibetan time. Guys, if you don't know, this is how another way of activating your chakras. So when you are really singing, stand and give yourself as something very good. You'll see tomorrow, you'll find a new you. So please give yourself, this is a celebration. We lived with her, we touched her, we kissed her. We were so privileged and honored. So let's show that energy. I know there is pain, but let me tell you something, she is here. One of the things that I've learned in my life about death, it was only the death of the body, the spirits live on. You'll find her anywhere and everywhere, in places that you know that she's supposed to be, and she'll show up. Mkhulu, that was for you. That was me waiting for you. Please don't sit down. Please grab your mic.
Thokozani Makhehla. Sithi andlovukazi. 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 Masibiza indlovukazi. Suke sibiza unomkhulwana uqobo lwakhe. Ngoba all omama they embody that spirit. Sika nomkhulwana. Indlovukazi esime ngayo la uZindzi wakaMandela Hlongwane. Uzalwe on the 23rd of December. Tina in the Kemetic spirituality, that is the season of unapped head. Unapped head, she's the protector. She's the defender of the princes and princesses. So yingakho I characteristic
kaNokhaya was like that. Ufukamele ingane beyond hers. Ngoba she was that protector. She was full of love. You know, bengithi nje sometimes ngizibuze ukuthi ngafana nawe kanjani. Ngoba uthando just uzis la emzimbeni wakho. Yonke into ayenzayo uyenza ngothando. Uyazi ube ngasala nge100 rand ebank. Ufike wena uhluphekile. Uyakunika. Bese kakhale Mkhulu, hey nakho sekukubi kunjani akunalutho la ekhaya. Yilo muntu. Uyazi nginenhlanhla ukuthi ngibe nethuba lokuthi ngimazi indlovukazi. Manje ke before ngiqala ngicela ukubonga bonke abantu abangakhona abangaphakathi kwamagceke. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ngibonge nazi indlovukazi nama royals amakhosi namakhosazana namakhosana endlukazi yabaseKhemu nayo ke iZMF Zindzi Mandela Foundation, because GEK was birthed by the Zindzi Mandela Foundation. Sahlala lento siloko sibukisisa ukuthi kahle yini inkinga yomuntu omnyama, not only South Africa but all over the world. Sathola ukuthi umuntu omnyama uqhelile from spirituality sakhe. They've unplugged us from our power. Basibeke enyameni. Thina singabantu bomoya. Yingakho indlovukazi beyikhuluma nge-spiritual currents. Athi mawungena spiritual currents, we are devoid of the soul. Your soul is bankrupt. Ngoba yonke into yakho wena upushwa by the demands zenyama. Manje ke iGK ingane yeZindzi Mandela Foundation through vision yakhe. Uyazi uthe before I Denmark sahlala phansi sakhuluma ukuthi cha intervention engaba khona ngoba ubejule kakhulu kuma solutions. She was solutions orientated. Angathi lokhu khuluma ndendende nje we are complainer, but we are not offering any solution. She had the solution because she was able to identify the problem. Ukuthi sibulawa yini iAfrika yonke. And the biggest problem, or the first sin, ama republics on the continent. Ama republics on the continent are a crime against us. Because they are holding our land, they are holding our, economy, they are holding everything. So, indlovukazi yathi Mkhulu inkinga nayi. Kepha the system is so well entrenched, we can't be reckless. Sithi sifuna ukuyidestroya manje. Let us set up a parallel system so that le ifele naturally. Manje, that is the legacy as Sierra on, that of black unity. Because she said without unity omnyama, what ibuga the decisions that were made in 94. Ati ama decisions, yes bebe badala o baba kepha bathatha ama decision eyingane. Because in 94 we were supposed to unite instead of being divided by political philosophies. No, I belong there. Someone I belong there. Umlungu la uyayikhipha inkomo. They are crossing the borders. Our wealth is leaving us while thina silokho sikhombana. So I was very much fortunate ukuthi ngibe naye because ubejulile kulento yomuntu omnyama. She was rooted njengegama lakhe. Athi Mkhulu ngeke labantu balokho badlala ngathi. And enye into ke emzondise ngabelungu. Abelungu thought ukuthi uzolandela lendlela kaTata and follow everything that uTata was doing. uMadlomo refused. Wathi ngeke. Ngoba thina mesingayilungisi lento siqilaza ingane ezilandelayo and generations to come. ukuze ke siqale i-research in terms of African spirituality ukuthi iyini lento mesikhuluma ngayo. So in our quest safikelela la eKemet sathola ukuthi ibhodo leli belihlanganise wonke umuntu omnyama. Do you know ukuthi Africa was once united? Yes, under of course under the great empire of Kemet. And the Lobo Bukhosi is responsible for civilization yomhlaba. So bakuqhelisa kulobukhosi deliberately so that you never connect to your glorious past. So indlovukazi yabona ukuthi inkingi ilapho. Kumele sizame indlela zokukhumbuza abantu ngoba lento it's in your DNA. There is this thing by design, genetic memory. Uyayazi lento le. There's nothing new esikhulumayo because ilanga phakathi kwethu. So thina mesikhuluma siyakukhumbuza nje. Do you understand? So manje ke indlovukazi beyilapho makhehla. Black unity outside politics so that we are able to deal with the social, economic and cultural problems that we face and we continue to face. And the Mkhulu, if you were to aggregate all townships and rural areas, that's a massive buying power. If we can use that buying power and leverage that buying power to improve our collective situation and stop this generational curse of self-preservation. Because into esibulalayo sithi mesihlangana imali meyingena ke manje hayi sesiyadubulana. Umlungu uyajabula in that way. Hey. And umlungu encourage ngamabomu lama political parties in 94. Ngamabomu because azi ukuthi once ba divided labantu I'll be able to control them. And bayenzile leyo nto leyo. So manje ke le lockdown no COVID is forcing us thina singabantu abamnyama to do introspection. Do we want to emerge from this as slaves again? See, perpetuate to the generations to come. Nangu ampu ukulindile. Uyobuzwa. Masowele ngale utransformile. Ukuthi wena kahle kahle bongakuphi. Ubungapha noma ungapha. Ubumdayisi noma umuntu obumba lento ephukile. So izinto esizenza la emhlabeni we are going to account for. Our hearts are going to be weighed against the feather. Hey, if bolokhu umdayisi wena ungaphili ngetalent lakho, creator the heaviness in your heart. Why? Because idlozi lakho can't fully express. Nalento colonization lokubambelele intweni zabelungu. Hayi mina hey. Because of imali nakhona. Ubambelele lapho uyayazi lento ukuthi wrong. But because it benefits you. Manje ke yizo ke izinto ezikwenza ukuthi inhliziyo yakho must be heavy. Because we are violating the natural law. The natural law says, wena muntu omnyama you are the firstborn. You are the parent of all these children. Mahlongandlebi abelungu nabo bonke labantu abanenhliziyo ezimbi. Hey. Why? Because why sisithola kule situation? Because we've absconded that responsibility. Because of our ignorance of who we are. We are great. Civilization. Amakhosi namakhosikazi brings the civilization emhlabeni. Abelungu bayayithatha bayo repackage eziyabo. Bathi wena ungaconnect naleyanto. That's paparazzi, of course. Now attack. So tuga ama generations. Because lamadlozi, when you are the living ancestor, and the ahamba la kuwe kumbilini lamadlozi. Ulokhu uyawathuka on a daily basis. Mawulokhu uqhubekisa this colonization of the mind. You are insulting your ancestors. Compare that to a Jewish person. and the Muslim person, how much they respect their ancestors. Wena, huh? You take yourself to their guillotine, ukuthi ngikapeni. Utaki, it's true. Why are you doing that? Huh? Yes, abanye abantu, you can't make an excuse ukuthi no, ignorance. You can't be ignorant this time when there's so much information about yourself everywhere. You just have to have a passion to research ukuthi ubani. Isikolo sethu singama Africa la kuma colleges yethu bokubhalwe know thyself. That's the beginning of knowledge. Okumele thina ngabe siyayiconsume. Uzazi from the spiritual level to the physical. I always say ukuthi education yabelungu is limited. You know why? But concentrate on everything that is manifested. And the batu moya that has created that manifestation in mambo jambo. Do you understand? Ingana belung man. Hey, you can't learn anything from umlung. When uzokothamela umlung ngoba ignorant of yourself. And you are willing to be a perpetual slave to lengane. Okhokho bethu wanted to know the principle that are responsible for all the manifestation that we find here on earth. A comprehensive picture. So, indlovukazi beyilapho. I'll tell you why. Because mesihlangana naye, there was this obsession. You know, I heard ukuthi she had an obsession with ukufaka ubuhlalo kuna something like with that eye from esase umntwana. Ngihambe ke ngiyobuza umama athi hayi Mkhulu nama, I was always amazed ukuthi, you know, what type of a child is so obsessed with Tutankhamun. You know, everything that Tutankhamun uyayifuna. Do you understand? That is what stimulated my research into the Kemet. And the main figure lapho ngathola ukuthi yibhodo. Everything, whether it's Christianity, it's Muslim, it's Judaism, it took from there. That is the source of everything, scientifically proven. And the sitemes figure lapho into that pot. Saneliseka. Umthombo omnandi. Yazi ngashintsha. The way bengibheka umlungu ngakhona ngibuka China, India, ngithi ingane zami. Hey, your attitude changes because ukhule wena kuthiwa iAfrica is a dark continent. It has never produced everything, and that was a lie. Bahamba bayothatha plagiarism. There's no Western civilization. There's only African civilization because all these Greek and Roman philosophers, they were taught by us, our ancestors. So this is part of the image of Umadlomo that they didn't know. They would look at her in the political side. Muntu ANC. Recently, before her untimely transformation, ube abana nabanbe ANC because of our gestures towards the EFF and Abu Julius. Ngithi kubo mengibaphendula labantu. She's no longer there. She's above politics. She's now striving for African unity. And we can't call on African unity if we can't start here at home. ANC, ne-EFF, ne-Nkatha, nabo wonke the black organization have to unite. Ukuze silungisele ikusasa, a brighter future. Thokoza Ndlovukazi kancane nje, kancane. Ngifuna abantu baphumele abagcwele ngeNdlovukazi. And the legacy ayishiyayo is for us to pick on. Singathi besimthanda nje ngokuthi sibloma naye and kunjalo. But lento beke yiyo, which is supposed to then ilungise iAfrica yonke asiyenzi. She spoke about time. Ulokhu blame umvilinqangi wena ukuthi hey akaphenduli. 100 years singabantu abamnyama silokhu semasontweni siyacula senza yonke into, but inhlupheko iba worse. Why? Because we're kneeling at the wrong time. Sinila thina ngewinter, kumele sinile ngesama ngoba basiphendulele ini ikhalenda, basinikeza ikhalenda yase north, so sikhuphula amadlozi abo every time we kneel in Christmas and Easter. Sithi Mlungu, please go ahead, do it more. Hlala la intanyeni yami, ngigobisise impela. Hey, foolishness. Bagcwele iparliament yonke lapha, banama degree labantu laba. Into enjalo, simple thing. How do you build a nation? Because a calendar is one of the foundation or the pillars of the foundation of your nation. If other nations determine your time, it means we're a slave to those people. That's the first thing okumele ngabe sayenza. Yasula. Saloko siguqa nabo ngeChristmas. And nesiloko sibatshela uMama Winnie dale batshela over 24 years ago. uMama Winnie launched this calendar. But because of umlungu uthe unyaka uqala ngoJanuary. Wena ukhuluma umphetho wena. Noma ibona nature iconfirma ngoSeptember ukuthi everything starts greening. Uthi hayi umlungu uthe. Yingakho we are still in this condition namanje. Huh? We will be far by now. If labantu bamamela baconfirma nature. Sithi ungazwa kithi, just observe nature ukuthi ithini. UDecember ngesizulu uZibandlela is the month of maturity. Yonke into seyikhulile. The pathways have been asabonakali because of growth. Yotshani. Manje, how do you start the year? Yonke into seyikhulile. It means nawe yonke into yenzayo is against the natural flow of energy. Hey, all yonke into siyenzayo njengoba ngisho, this is nothing new. Besihamba ngale calendar before kufika belungu. Hey, siyazi September inyanga yomsinzi. What does umsinzi mean? Those trees, they start blossoming that time. Huh? Africans were observing nature. Thina sithi umandulo ngesizulu. Abesuthi bathi lwethi kwenzakalani? Bisi la enkomeni ligcwele. Hey. In nature confirms with us. But umuntu omnyama akafuna ukuzwa. So, ilegacy kaZindzi ke le. Foundation started operating the operator with a zero budget. But since Jela Uguti, we are not going to stop. We are going to do whatever we can with the little that we have to push the agenda. Because it's not about money. It's not about big offices. It's about ukulandela umoya. Ukuthi umoya uthini. So that's the legacy, Makela. Black unity, black economy. We need factories. This is what she wanted. Factories all over townships, owned by you, so that you stop going to offer your labor as a slave. Because that's what it is. Uvuka nje so you robot 5. Usespanini ngo7. Usuka ngo6 intambama amateksi nyaka. Ufike ekhaya ustress. Umntwana ukubuza into encane nje ukwatile. That's not life. Mele siphile like us. Who own factory like us, and all of us are obligated to support you. It's an obligation, not an option. We have to support you. Amajuda ayenzile lento, amaNdiya ayenzile lento. And the bayenza in front of us. They create, they bottle their economy. If you don't offer kosher They don't buy from you, but they expect you to buy from them. How foolish are you, Mtomnyam? Huh? Ama Muslim ngapha yini halal. Ngeke babhaye like us. But thina mele siye kubo. Phela mele kufika isikhathi la siqasha abelungu man. Hey, abelungu baze la bazofuna umsebenzi because we are the majority. We can own the South African economy. And the meyiqala la sifaka the rest of the continent because you see kula the same ill. Nase America same thing. Kungena ma South Korean lapha in the lama townships abo. I-Africa yonke iphi country ngcono. It's the same leadership you are breeding. Abantu abaphuma kulama university abelungu. Ubuya lapho umuntu ukhumusha ngenye indlela. There's nothing wrong with kumusha, but kumusha akekhe. Njengo Shikhanta Diop. Ushikhanta Diop waya esikolweni and learned everything. The techniques to prove the truth about African people. That is the type of black we need. Ungangeni lapha and be consumed by lento yabelungu. So sibukela phansi wena. Hayi mina nginama degrees al6. Uyamazi uShikhanta Diop? Hayi angimazi. Ubaba Khulu uyamazi? Hayi angimazi. Hayi yini lo ifundile kahle? Yini lo ifundile? Uzoprofessize nge-Western philosophy la eAfrica. We don't care about that thina. Sitshela ukuthi singobani. Ungazositshela ngabo Einstein. You know nothing about your Imhotep. Who's the real father of medicine? Awumazi. We have 6 degrees. So fundeni lapha. Colonization of the mind. So ngiyacela ke makhehla ngithe yini? Black unity. Black economy. Ne calendar. Yabona i-calendar is the practical instrument to unite us as African people. Because the energy that affects Egypt is the energy that affects South Africa. So, yoke into mele push heavily for these countries, the market takers of a Western construct on the continent. We've got to force them to adopt the calendar. Kunini balok, ayiki Africa yonke. Basahamba ngale calendar yabelungu. Yini ke? But yini inkinga? The choices they make on your behalf. Now we have whom? Israel bakubulala manje. You mess up with their culture and spirituality, you are dead. Thina nje siwonke wonke. Futhi siyabanikeza abelungu content. Nazi imfihlo zethu. Imfihlo zobunyanga, imfihlo zasentabeni. Sinika abelungu voluntarily. Ukugula mosloko. Kahle kahle siyagula. We need healing. Bokumele ngabe sayithola healing 94. Thokozani makhehla. Thokozani. Yes.
Wow, that was mind blowing. I love how he just shies away after speaking. But kasimshayini isigubhu kancane. Simbonge. Uzakahle, come on, that's asukumeni bethuna. Sibonga Mkhulu.
Hayibula lendlovu sesifuna ukuzwa. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Iqiniso kuphela intutha. Hayibula lendlovu sesifuna ukuzwa. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Iqiniso impela intutha ingabula lendlovu sesifuna ukuzwa. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Hayibo sesifuna ukuzwa kahle. Iqiniso impela intutha iyayibulala indlovu sesifuna ukuzwa kahle.
Ooh. Ooh. Ow, set. Ow, set. Ah, Heru. Ah, Ndlovukazi. Ah, Nepted. Oh, siyathokoza. Siyathokoza bogogo. You know, there's one thing as I was watching Mkhulu, his passion and the pain. These are the results of pain. Embrace it. Because beyond that, you find yourself. Now we know that we are not the physical. Now we know we are spiritual beings. And I want to tell Mkhulu, on behalf of all of us here, your pain didn't fall on deaf ears. We are here in support. We are here in love. One day at a time. And thank you for not giving up on us. Siyazi ukuthi mawunqula unquleli wena kuphela. Uyababiza omadlomo sophicho onqolo umsila. Thank you so much. And we're here to say we are in this with you. Let's all unite. Sithokozise. Woo. I'm going to bring now the kids on stage. Now I want us to be aware that these are the ones that were very awake in heaven. Because they knew how to choose a womb. They knew how to choose a mother. While all of us maybe were still sleeping, they were still waiting and saying, you know what, my mother is going to be Zindzi Mandela. And they knew that this is going to be the mother and the love. Guys, with heavy hearts, we all have lost. But we are here to say to them, your pain is our pain. So siyabathokozisa mabesiza bezokhuluma ngomama wabo okumazi kwabo. Our bambinos, please come. Oh, shine up. Okay, please.
Awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Sengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Eqinise imbali entuthwa iyayibulala indlovu. Sengifuna maye sengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Awusengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Sengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Eqinise imbali entuthwane iyayibulala indlovu. Sengifuna ukuzwa kahle. Thokozini. Greetings to all. I am Zwelabo, son of Mkhulu Noma. This is my younger brother, Uzesilo. Just you might need to bear with me. It's the liveliness in the room that reminds me of such a loss. And as a musician, I'm not usually at a loss for words. This is going to be rather quick because, you know, the process that I'm going through, I don't have that much capacity to expound on everything. But I do want to hit two points that came across my mind whilst Ubaba was speaking. I share a lot of his sentiments. In fact, I was raised on a lot of their consciousness to such a point where we can have back and forths about, you know, our ideologies and the way forward. So I'm extremely thankful for that. I'm extremely thankful for his position in the community and taking this on his shoulders when he's already done so much, like Uma. Number one, the one thing that I want to expound on is that with this movement and in general, blackness, we have to start the process of deconstructing and stop thinking that anything that is happening across the borders to our brethren has nothing to do with us. In the overall scheme of things, it is only impacting us and it is to our detriment. We have got to stick up for our brothers and sisters across the borders. That is, that has to go without even saying. That's very important. Number two, more specifically towards the men, we have got to protect our mothers, our sisters, and our daughters. We can, we have to stop this thing of only wanting to act when it's close to home, because one more time, as the black household, when you remove those people, you remove your identity, you remove your power, and things just start going wayward. I'm sorry, I don't have much more to say. I want to thank everyone for being here and celebrating Uma and in general the movement. It's an idea that has been sowed in, and the only way to go about bringing it to fruition is living it. It has to be a part of. It can't be, it mustn't be undeniable. You must go unshaken. A lot of people will try to get in the way, but you have to live in your truth. And as long as that happens, we will be fruitful by the end. And one more thing with the whole thing about deconstruction is the subtlety of it. Whenever you mention deconstruction and there's an opposing force that immediately draws towards barbarism, know that that is how they feel threatened, because it's how they would have acted in said case. Deconstruction has nothing to do with physical infrastructure. It's a mental shift. And as long as we get on that plane, we'll be okay. Thank you all for coming. You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
So, all I'd like to say is that Ma is a very important person, and she helped a lot of people, mentioning me. For example, she would help a lot of people, and a lot of black people were successful. She was trying to build a very black leadership and stuff, and she was the type of person that would put a smile on your face and stuff. She's a very good person.
Wow, thank you so much. That was very touching. And thank you. We can see that we are the educators here. And thank you for so much. And while I'm still thanking them, Sis Bongi, you are next. Yes. So Sokushayela isigubhu, don't worry. Siyamkhipha yonke le nto ingaphakathi. Sayikhipha siyibeka la. Sorry? Sis Navula. Oh, yeah. But anyway, so thank you so much, the Bambinos. That was beautiful. And thank you, Zosilo. I love saying saying, Mom used to put a smile to all people. And she really did. And she really loved us. So now, so Shai Scoop, I guess la Shai Zandla, Shai Scoop. Masumi sumtu masimbulela masimcela Shai Scoop. So Shai Scoop manje masukumisa the best friend, Usis Bongi. And Usis Bongi, please, guys, we excited. There's other things that you guys are not mentioning. We want to know it all. We want to know it all. How you used to paint the town red, black, yellow. This is a celebration of the life. Guys, this group of Sis Bongi. We need to sanitize.
Ongesabamna, 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 ongesabamna.
Thokozani, Thokozeni. Ngiyanibulisa nonke, hlozani nonke. Ngiyajabula ukuba la phambili. Ukuzokhuluma ngomazethi kunzima ne. It's very difficult. I don't know if I'm going to do it. Phew. I'll try and calm down. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry to be a crybaby. Yeah, Omazet, we used to call each other freak and freak. She's freak, I'm freak. Um, so whenever she calls, like, freak, kanti ukuphi kwenzani? Like, hayi man wazi ayabhora joza man. Ngithi ey mara kanti wena bakuloye ngami kantini yabo. Athi hayi wengazongibhora isizwa kuyakubiza. Then I would go to wherever way akhona and then meet her. And then I remember she was in Denmark. And then we Mkhulu, we had to attend a funeral. So we went to the funeral as friends and family. You know, when we got there, this lady comes to me and said, you know what? Ekalen, you used to look exactly like your father. Now you look exactly like your mama. Look at this lady and I said, what are you talking about? I was with another friend in the car. And then I said, okay, maybe this lady was confused by something. Zoban must be a kaya with what's happening. Must be a kaya. I'm trying to get the answer, man. You to come back. Oh, okay. She thought good me ngumazet. So okay, it's fine. Yadlula leyo. Been so confused. No, that time angisamthola ngisekhaya. Angisamtholi. Then qedile about to leave, the friend umele somebody lapha eJardini. Ngibe nomkhulu futhi la. Then qahamuka omunye mama nomunye baba. They come straight to me futhi. Sure, siyabulela madlomo, siyabulela enkosi ukuzosifuna ambassador siyabonga. Then I look at Mkhulu wazona ngathi kwangiphinda lokho. Ngathi Mkhulu naye futhi isukile le ndaba. Hayi nase embassy, I even went to embassy with usasa. Masifike embassy, I was called the ambassador. So Frank used to say, I wish when ngaya lapha embassy and act as if it's me. Yeah. So Omazeti will go. I thought we'll sit there. And I thought Josan Mangapor. There's a place that we used to corner. Jomagu winter no ever. Basumlilo La Payana. That was a chill place. And we'll have fun. Wemnandi. Mawakala bangat konong kwati. Samangat nyahamba. Atacho, uba no kwatisile. This is my sister. Uba no kwatisuma. There's no way. This is my sister. It's my friend. I got it now. It must be a man umkwatisile. I want that man la. Ngizodila naye. No, there's no man. I just want to go home. Namanga man, namang. Then I'll end up ngihleli. So phuma lapha ngobo 5 ekseni. And then mangifike endlini, there's a daughter engihlala naye, and then I was like, how Mkhulu, can you feel ngasikhathi bese ngiyaqala mabalala siyavuka. Mabavuka siyalala. Asile type yabo tikoloshi. Okay, then and so we used to have fun with this person. Beautiful soul. Inhliziyo kaMazethu ungayidla. Ungayidla. I can't believe I have to talk about past tense. I can't do it. I can't say past tense was and no, kunzima. But I was blessed to be with you. Very blessed to be with you, Sisi. You'll always be in my heart. I always love you. Nyabong. Thank you.
Hayi umoya into enzima manje awusayazi le mic ukuthi mawubuyisele kuphi. Hayi. Oh, thank you so much, Sisbongi. Thank you so much. We know that was not easy, but thank you for embracing us. We really wanted. Now siyazi ukuthi masilala uyavukwa ngabanye. But thank you, and thank you for choosing her as your best friend. We know that it's not easy. Having a best friend, it's a tough one. But thank you for holding her hand until the next chapter. And there is no past. It's only the present moment. Her spirit is here, embracing everything. Again, as I said, my job is to chop and change. Our item number 10 is going to be item number 8 now. Sacela uSisinomvula Khalo, which is also umngane kaMazet. Yasizwe nguSisinomvula because she has a commitment at 3 o'clock. So she has requested that if she can come and speak right now. So guys, come challenge as she's coming.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Okay.
Oza. Okoko.
Ngithi buyani mathoga buyani mathoga hlale beno buyani mathoga Sanibonani. Thokozani. It's so unlike me to be standing here. Mina, usually I'm a producer. I'm not a public speaker. And it's still very heavy because I think angakamzileli kahle uMazet. So akakabi lula. But one thing I learned from her is love. She was love itself. She loved fun. Yonke into bekayenza ngothando. Mazethi noma uxabane naye, nixabene ngalesikhathi enixabene ngaso, but when you meet, undlulile lapho usethandweni and life goes on. I am paying tribute to her and her mom because when I met Mazetha, I was a journalist. And bengibhala ngawo wonke umuntu bekade ngibhala ngaye. So one day sise-Market Theatre ngibhale ngoMbongeni Njema. uMbongeni Njema ufuna ukunginquma. Ngiye noMazetha eMarket Theatre. So nasithi sibona uMbongeni ngithi Mazetha nangu uMbongeni nathi hayi uzoma la emva kwami. Wena umancanyana, mina I'm bigger than you. So akunanto azokwenza yona uMbongeni. And nayempela uthe naye eqhamuka uMbongeni nakathi uyangijampela uMazetha was here, umama was here. So boyithu labo bantu bangiphe uthando, bangibonisa uthando, bangifundisa uthando. We had Sunday lunches that we never missed ezika mama. There'll be food and there will be political education. So when I got into politics, it was because of mama and the lessons that I learned from her. But uZindzi remains deep in my heart. uZindzi ukhulisa umntanami, ukhulisa abantwana bakhe. But into said ngayo is that as I ngithatha i-recipe ye-curry from her, she cooked a mean curry. Ngiphelelwa amandla man Makhehla. Ngizacela isigubhu la yini mina bese ngihlala phansi. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, I think let's do this. Mpo, because of your energy, when a speaker finishes, please grab the mic. Because we can see you really love this, and we love you when you come here. So now I'm really promoting you from the back to come here. Huh? Yes, so I'm promoting you. I'm saying when the speaker finishes, please grab the mic. We love you and we need you. Oh, guys, that was so beautiful from Sis Nomvula. It is really heavy hearts. But we're going to journey along and find healing along the way. I guess that recipe for curry, we can find it somewhere. Ayikho into efihlakala kuze kuphela. Guys, mina ke eziyazi ukuthi ngirepresent omadlomo la. Thina singabantu be-show off. Makukhala ingoma agidwe la. Akuchenswe. Sifuna ukuthi noba uyalala lapha avuka athi talking about me. Let us make sure that she feels her energy. There's no shyness kwaso Picho nakwangqolomsila. Again, as I said, my job is to chop and change. I'm gonna call now Sis Kabonina to also come and speak. And after Sis Kabonina, it is going to be Usis Zama. But if she is not ready, I know that she's busy preparing the meal. She will let me know. And then from there, I'll call Ujabu Mahlangu. So Sis Kabonina, come. Guys, ngifuna isigubhu mina. Ngizele sona la. Yo, phela into engizele la. Okay, perfect. Siyathokoza. Oh wow, what a beautiful day. Oh, my dear sister. Bakhulumile ngawe ne? Hot girl. So, I always have a video that is playing in my mind all the time, every day. The 30th of June to the 1st of July. What a beautiful day it was. The 30th of June, June, July, to the 1st of July. Oh wow, it was a beautiful day, yeah? Actually, we started on the 20th. We were busy. No, it was a busy weekend in Jena. You know, yeah. What a beautiful weekend it was. It will never be unforgettable in my life. In life, we have values when we live. And the Queen had her own values. Respect, uthando, a teacher, integrity, leadership, and mainly leadership ayenza in a very strategical way, in a very decent way. I want to applaud you, my sister. So it happened that some years back, I grew up in a struggle, guys, and at the age of 10. So you can see these feet can still do this thing. So I grew up in a struggle where we used to engage with Umama Winnie Mandela. You know, spiritually, Umama Winnie Mandela was part of my life. I remember when Mama Winnie Mandela passed on, I was in Tanzania. I could feel the spirit. Ithe mangibuya back, ngathi ngizoya kamama. Noma bangeke baze bangifilele, but I just want to stand at that gate and salute. That woman, she had this thing with me. We are Libras. Is da ngesilungu. Yabo uvele ngoSeptember, ngivele ngoSeptember. So when we always engage no Zindzi, there was this something common. Mina no mama, yabo. And manje, as you have heard, Ubongi, she's a best friend, Zindzi. And then now I come in, I become the best friend. Into ezinjalo nje, yabo. Yeah. Yeah. So I have taken a lot to my sister. When I mentioned Ugutena, she's a teacher. There's a story. I'm not going to relate it because of time. Umazet listened to me. And she said to me, Kabo, you know your son is a soldier. But I'm telling you, that boy is a soldier. So we're discussing about my son. So I am thankful to her that I realized that I gave birth to the soldier. Loving. Hey, she was so loving. She was so loving. You know, when you mentioned Ugutena, we used to sit up until about 8 a.m. in the morning. Into sizoyithi siyahamba manje sesihleli siyahamba up until in the morning asilali sasishaya yona lesiyalala abalala abelala siyavuka nabevuka siyalala. So I thank our ancestors. It shows that we are one. So they've mentioned a lot of things about her. In terms of Fakasaguyo, it's our youth that is here. Let us take what we have learned today and expand it outside. Let us educate. You know, people are busy reading the Bible. They are talking about ancestors. Are those people on the Bible not ancestors? When you believe in ancestors, they think you are a devil. Mara bayayifunda iBhayibheli labo Abraham nabo bani bani. Yabona into ezinjalo. So Mkhulu has mentioned that ngapha we are the living ones, but
we are being controlled by our own ancestors. Esibazi omkhulu nabo gogo bethu, osisi nabo auntie nabangani bethu abaye bahamba basishiya. So let's take that legacy. Let's take that legacy and see education ngaphandle. It's not gonna be easy, but because of Umazet, the spirit eska mama uwini, the spirit saka mama Umazet, it's gonna give us amandla ukuthi we move forward. So let's take it from here. Let's never give up. Khona lengoma eniculayo ekhuluma ngokuthi yena intuthwane yabulala indlovu. Laba abacabanga ukuthi bayindlovu, intuthwane izoba defeat. Izoba defeat. So I'm saying my last word is spirit saka mama sinakawin no Mazet asivuli.
Oh, Sis Kabo, thank you so much. That was brilliant. And siyavuya ke ukuthi yabona ke lezo zinqobo zishaya zange ziphelele emoyeni. We are still holding on to umzabalazo until the end of time. Thank you for sharing your time once more with Zindzi. You have embraced her, you have loved her. And again, because she was such a giver, you cannot not love her because you know her energy and the blessing that she was. And then now I'm going to introduce Zama Mkhize to come and also do her tribute. Please, she's a bit emotional, so asimkhalise kahle kahle. Yazi akakhale kahle kahle.
Oh, you're so wrong. You are so wrong. Sanibonani nonke ninjani? Ikhona. I remember the day that I met Tumazet, like it was yesterday. Bengafuni ukuya. I did not want to go to Ethel. I had so much nerves and anxiety over meeting her. After hours of them calling me and me coming up with every excuse that I could possibly think of under the sun, eventually ngavuma ngathi okay, fine, I'm coming. Mangfige Ethel. And there was a patio that we would always sit on, the fireplace, the famous fireplace. Before I even said Sanbonan, she was out of her seat already, and she was giving me the biggest of hugs. And she held on so tight. It was as if she had known me for the longest time. And then she looked at me and she said, "Welcome to the family." And that was history. And that's where our beautiful but very short-lived friendship started. So she had this amazing love. She had so much love in her. That sometimes you'd actually sit back and be on some, Mazet, hold on, wait a minute. Jesus is not that done with me. I would actually do what you're going to do right now. But I think she tried to instill that in all of us, and she tried to teach us in every sitting that we had when we'd sit outside. Oh, we had so many beautiful memories. As Ubongi and Kabo say, they would literally sit until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Ngagbabalekela mina. I made the one mistake one day of saying, okay, guys, good night. I'm going to sleep. And yeah, I did not see the day of light. So I had strategically learned Uguchi. When I felt as if, okay, you know what, enough is enough, I ran away and went to sleep. Because I knew Uguchi, come 5 o'clock anyway, when I wake up, I will still find them there. So it doesn't really matter. But what I'm so grateful for is that the last few weeks of her life, I almost got to spend every single day with her. There was a point where she decided to go to Mamuni's house because she just wanted to feel closer to her mother at that point. And the kind of person that she was, I went there literally for one day. The next thing, I think I had half my cupboard at Mamuni's house because I'd literally go home, fetch clothes because she'd be like, okay, go work, come back. Okay, go home. Like it was insane. And Zisilo and my son were very close at that point. So she would use that as an excuse, actually. She's like, you can't separate the kids. It's just so wrong. I'm like, but that's emotional blackmail though, but it's fine. The weekend that she passed still brings tears to my eyes because we did nothing but laugh that entire weekend. We laughed. There was a situation going on in Soweto and we had no electricity and we had no water. So from the previous night, askezanga, and yeah, so we were like, okay, fine, we're just going to sit here and we're going to find a way to entertain ourselves. So I had my laptop and she loved Skumba, the comedian. And that whole afternoon, all we did was watch Skumba and laugh. Eventually the gin ran out. And we're like, okay, now what we're going to do? Because it's not like we can drink water because we have no water. But in hindsight, it almost feels like that was her time when she was like, I'm saying goodbye. Because it was just filled with so much love and so much laughter that I will never forget that weekend ever. So, yeah, Zizi, I know you're happy where you are. But yeah, kubuhlungu on certain days. It's really difficult. It was actually even more difficult for my daughter because I remember the one time she was explaining to Zindzi some issues she was having at school. And my daughter's a very feisty character, just like Mazet. And I remember Mazet saying, don't worry, Wenanan. Once school open, Bazongbon, Nyeza, I'm coming. So we'll deal with them. So when I had to tell my daughter that Mama Zindzi's gone, her first reaction was, so who's gonna come and fight with me at school? But that's just the kind of person that she was. Whatever issue it is that you were having, she wanted to sort it out. She wanted, if you could be fighting with somebody, she wanted you guys to talk and work on it and love each other and fix it. And sometimes you're like, Mazet, it's not that simple to fix things. She's like, no, you'll fix it now. But yeah, so those are the memories I have of her and the memories that I will cherish of her. And yeah, thank you all so much.
Oh, I think let's remind her that's the reason we're here, to cry. Because through the tears, that's where we find our joy again. She's multiplied now. She's all of us. She's everywhere. She can reach us at the same time, at the same second. She was feisty. You're very right about that. And such a protector. Guerrilla Lomkonto. Don't forget that.
We all looking for a sense of closure in terms of, yes, now I'm a liberated person, but am I truly mentally liberated? Do I really know who I am? Have I really gotten back to me what was taken from me? It's very, very important for us to be able to be spiritually aligned to the universe. It's very important for us to be able to get back our cultural tools that empowered us as a people and made us a strong people. It's important for us to see, no matter how excellent government policies might be, they cannot be implemented with a mindset that is not ready to receive. So you have to deal with that mindset. You have to change a mindset from that of a victim to that of an achiever in terms of our people, the previously oppressed people. In terms of our white brothers and sisters, they also need a change of mindset. They must stop thinking of us as being people who are going to save us from ourselves and redeem us from who we are and so on. But for them to also realize the role that they play, that they too, in a sense, are victims of total ignorance and condescension. So it's important for us to be able to find the correct steps to follow in terms of self-actualization, especially as a free people. You're not free if you have no sense of identity. You are a total slave without a sense of identity.
My left-hand side, because I'm facing this way, please support. There's so much that you can gather there. We are Black people and we're promoting the values that brought us here, which is the economic empowerment. So give them courage to keep going. Being an entrepreneur is the most difficult thing, but through it you find your God, you find who you are. So just, dear.
I don't know where to start. Sanbonani, Togozani, hello. I don't know where to start. But I can start by putting clarification to Sbongi. It was the 28th going to the 29th. And you guys bought me a cake I've never seen before. They bought a cake. It's an ice cream cake. I've never seen an ice cream cake. I'm 40 years old. I've never seen an ice cream cake. That day, they brought in just boom, boom, ice cream cake. There you go. All because of love, Zindzi epitomized. I'm going to just dwell on three things that she showed in a short space that I have met her and I've had an interaction with her and the family. I call everyone the family. There's no with her. There is no. It says you must come, you come. And number two, it's the currency that they spoke of. And I believe women need to learn to understand the deeper meaning that comes with that currency. We are a lost society as men. We are stupid beings. That's just the bottom line. I'm one of them. Not afraid to say it. However, we need people with wisdom. That's why you guys are called women. You need to bring that wisdom. She showed that wisdom where it was needed by saying to us, a spiritual currency is something that we need to use to connect with all Africans, not just us as South Africans, all Africans. And as in fact, I'm going to dwell on women more than men, because men are stupid, we already know.
Teach a woman, teach a nation.
No, it's because I stand in front of you because I was brought by a woman. You guys you've got that sense of love. You know, they say when all else has failed, the speaks is love, and it's a love of a woman. And unfortunately, we've lost that in our society. Our women have lost that. We need direction as men. For us to lead, we need to be given the love and comfort. She showed that undivided love to everybody. When you come into her home, whether she has or she doesn't have, she'll make you feel like she has. And you end up believing you have. And you go out there, you think, I have. I don't have, but I have. When I leave that room, I'm like, no, I'm going to change the world. I have. And that is something I want to share with you, that society need to be the one that push us, bring us, nurture us, show us the way. Because we are stupid beings. Zindzi was that person that showed that love, unconditional love, undying love. The currency that says, I want to show it. If you don't deserve the love, I'm going to give it to you and extend it beyond my womb. And by extending it, shows that you care beyond the human being. You care beyond the flesh, as they call it. So we need to trade on our currency so that we change our people. And that can only happen when we as people unite, as Mkhulu said. We cannot understand the power of a woman. When they stand there, they know, I know they are being seen as secondary citizens. They are not. As men to make you feel like you are secondary citizen. Please take that honor back. Make us, as men in a society, you become men because there's a woman that actually makes you become the person that you are. Right now we've got a country, it's made up by women, not by men. They give, as I always say, if you want to see God on earth, women. Zindzi was one of the, hello to the Kemet Empire.
Ooh. Thank you so much, Jabu. You know, one thing I'm grateful about is the mother you had. That's because she taught you well. We run this world. She did a good job. You must just know that. And again, the stupidity part, that's why we like you guys. Because there's something so beautiful. You know, when men make you feel like a woman, you're such a reminder. Okay, Zesira is looking at me and okay, I have to change this topic. Oh gosh. Okay, thank you so much, Jabu. But guys, you can feel the energy. We don't have to repeat it. I just doing. I know we've been chopping and we've been shy scooper. And again, my job is to tell you, we are doing very well. You know, thank you so much. But we only left now with about probably 4 to 5 speakers. And I love how they're doing. They get straight to the point and they finish. Now, the next speaker is Nsikwi Mazwai. She's going to do a poem for us. So she's really going to embrace us. But on that note, I want to tell Usis Nozipo Mtwa, which is the daughter of Babu Credo, that after Unsigi, it is going to be you. And then after that, we're going to call Angola. So Maya Krebda, and then Kuzo Zawena, and then Izoba Mkhulu Mhleli. So that's how we're doing it now. Save and go to Nage on Molomsila.
Mkhulu family for having us here. To all of Mom Zindzi's friends, thank you so much. Look after us and make sure that we ensure that this Mandela continues. Naba Kabanga Lena Naba besemsale education besenza slave. They're teaching their children to be better, but nothing to say. Everything is still has problems that they have. Naba like everything, but the lack of melanin. Nabage. Sathi kwanele. Laphalala mama bakhalaza. La suddenly we realized City but again agana on the ballot.
Woo! Wow, don't I just love you right now? Woo! Two. Go away. Two. Yeah. Two. Yeah. Two. Guys, that is Nzigi Mazwai. Woo! What a beautiful soul. I'll tell you why I'm calling her a beautiful soul. There's something that we struggle with when we speak, is to surrender to the universe. I just loved how she just let it all out and just being in the present moment and to allow herself to be vulnerable, because through that we found you and we fell in love. Keep doing what you're doing. This is not the last time or the first time we meet. I always believe that as souls we've met before. And the reason we are here is the reminder that, yeah, we're still here, Sisayibambile, and we'll never let go. So thank you so much. We felt you, and mostly we fell in love with you. And thank you for your presence. You had to put aside everything in your hectic schedule and say, you know what, Diamazu Zindzi Mandela, and I'm going to make sure I go there. Thank you so much. Next speaker, it is Sisnozipho Mtwa, which is the daughter of Babu Credo Mtwa.
Wow, thank you so much. Makosi Nsigi, thank you so much. Much appreciated. What do you say after such a poem? You know, you're like, okay. Okay, I was raised by a very spiritual man, and Usis Zindzi to me was very spiritual. So I'm going to try and be kulo mood. How me and her we could relate. We were very spiritual. Engalalanga, but when we were together, we were very spiritual. Ngisacela ukubaculela bonke le ngoma. This song, it represents my dad, Ubaba Credo Mutwa Vusamazulu Mpumelelo. It represents umama uNomzamo. It represents my mom uMangcobo. It also represents usisi wami usisi Zindzi Mandela. Omabese ingwe omabese bonke baba ingwe nyama zamadlozi. Omabese bonke baba ingwe omabese bonke baba ingwe nyama zamadlozi. Omabese bonke baba ingwe omabese bonke baba ingwe Amalo. Yamabeze banke baba ingwe. Yamabeze baba ingwe nyemuzo. Makhosi. Makhosi amakhulu, makhosi. Ngimbiza nonke izindlondlo. Ngibiza yena umama uWinnie Mandela. Ngibize yena udadewethu Zindzi Mandela. Ngibize yena uma wami uMangcobo. Ngithi fuza afulela umthamo inyembezi ngithi mashiya amahle ngathi azoshumayela. Ngibize naye ubaba ngithi muthwe ngithi sifile kangoza katetema kagawula kashadi ngithi mbembezi omuhle ngithi gwamanda. Nginibiza nonke ngithi sondelani nina abanguni baseGqwetha. Makhosi. My encounter with udadewethu uSizinzi. I'm a rebel at heart. And I'm very stubborn like her. There was a time in my life where I was so rebellious. Ngangimthanda kabi uJesu. Cabangani ngithanda uJesu kunosizinzi kunoma kunobaba. And I'm the only one who keep ikhanda. Ngithi hallelujah. Ngithi I'm a disciple of Jesus Christ. Amen. Ngikusho kubobani lokho? Ngikusho kubaba. Ngikusho kuSizinzi. Ngikusho kuma wami. Ngikusho kumama uWinnie Mandela. Bayangibheka. Ubaba abheka uZindzi. Athi talk to her. Ubaba makathi kuSizinzi talk to her. Ngibheka uZindzi ngithi, "You sure?" Because angifuni bangikhiphe lo Jesu wami bangifakele into yabo yobungoma. Angifuni. uSizinzi is a healer. Maybe abaningi abazi. uSizinzi is a very spiritual and deep woman when it comes to spirituality. uSizinzi makaphahla kunyakaza inkonkoni. Yanamhlanje kunyakaza inkonkoni. Baba. Makaphahla, you could feel space. It was her space to be real. It was a space for her to be vulnerable. Where I need to sometimes when we look at people, we develop our own people. We don't want them to be vulnerable. We always want them to be strong. But space is Zindzi no Babu Credo Mutwa no Mamu Winnie no Mawami was a vulnerable space. It was a space where the four of them could be real. Just imagine, Angit Bababi's a celebrity. Sometimes being a celebrity is not easy. You constantly need to run and get those friends who are true friends, friends who will never leak your information. So space is Zindzi no Baba. Where is space where all of them Kabangan ubab credo I background yakhe kushisa izindlu du nangu mama uWinnie la nangu Sizinzi la nangu ma wami la. Just think about that space. All of them are vulnerable. So they were in a space where they were ayikho into beyibayenza strong. Man babona sebephuma ngaphandle bengalali nazi ukuthi there was a point kunesikhathi where bayalahleka, maybe bebalahleka bangasho ukuthi bayaphi ne. Makalahlekile ningamazi uyephi nazi ukuthi beke ku credo muthi emafikeni. Makalahlekile ningamazi ukuthi bahambile banobaba base Swaziland. Makalahlekile ningamazi ukuthi ubi baseKenya nobaba uSizinzi bekungabahlukanisi. Bese ke mina ngithi hambani ngizombamba ngoNkulunkulu. Hallelujah. Mababuya then I'm getting a whip ngalo uNkulunkulu wami. So it was a space where ubaba umkhulisile uSizinzi ngokomoya. Mangithi uSizinzi udlile igobo ngekhaya. Abaningi abazi. Usisi umama uWinnie badleka igobongo kamuthwa. Mangithi mangingena kulo muzi kujabula amadlozi because ngazi izinto eningazazi. Udlile igobongo usisi Zindzi ukhulisiwe la emoyeni wobodlozi wobungoma usisi Zindzi benomama because sometimes uma uyi public figure it's not easy ukuthi ubonise ukuthi ish kinaliba dim because you will be judged already. There was that thing yokuthi umama Winnie sekaya to the ancestors. Ngiyakhumbula that thing bese seyiqala ikhona ubaba vele athi wozani bantwana bama kunamuntu ozala vru siyafihlwa henobs siyakutsa shisimpepho siyaguqa. Mkhulu can relate. Ukuyaguqwa lapha yana kushaywa amathambo strong. Ucheck with future each and every one of them. They will know ukuthi okay kuzokwenza ubaba is predicting like uyababheka nje ngenyanga so ube inyanga yabo. Nami ngilapho ke because bebangafuni ukungisusa because mangithi hallelujah but lo uyasijwayela. Nami ke ngikhule lapho kubo Sisi Zindzi because ukuba umngoma sometimes it's okay teaching enye. Sometimes sicabanga ukuthi mase sibekwa lekhamba sesingabangoma. Sometimes iqala ikude lento le ndaba ikude le. So thina I was privileged ukuthi ngikhuliswe ngokomoya noSisi Zindzi nomama uWinnie. Uma wami already bekese ugobela nobaba ubeyisanusi. So the five of us could sit together when they travel. I like ngisusi kuJehova wami hambani. So they will go. But eventually, I had to leave that Jesus of mine because I had to surrender. I remember there was a time, Women's Day, so hey, could you please come to our church? No, it's Women's Day, we will be classy. But okay, no, you know, but I think I appreciate spaces say to Bagamutwa. Ne space saka Zindzi noma because it was a sacred space. Bekuyi space besingaphaphi, bekuyi space esizothile, bekuyi space samanzi sabanomkhubulwane somkhulekela icountry kabi. Khulekela nabangani bakhe uZindzi khona lapha abaningi amagama bengiwezwa makawabiza empepheni. Enicelela. She was a very deep. Uyabona mangithi mabeze bonke ngiyazi ukuthi lapha bekhona babonke. For me, I don't have a mother, ngishiyo Zindzi, ngishiyo baba, but what makes me happy is that they are together. When I call them, I call the four of them. I'm calling my heroes because sometimes mawuphahla there's this thing, mistake esingatshelwa yona ukuthi man phahla nithi ngibabiza bonke. Please be specific. Be specific mawuphahla. Ungabizi nalabiyana aboguluva labiyana. Kodwa izangi nje sikhona isikhathi lapha aboguluva bafuna khona. I know my colleagues say here will be saying our gangster, we are calling them now. Sikhona isikhathi aboguluva lapho sekunzima khona, you want out. You call all those gangster ancestors like bonani kuyanyiwa ke manje zwakalani. Yazi mase sekunzima kimi empilweni ngibiza lesa spirit sobuqabani ngisaka Sizindzi ngithi viva comrade come here. Give me that strength because she will tell me that Nozipho thou shall not fear. Thou shall atibambe le legacy. Lento yami yokuthi ngiqale iCredo Motor Foundation, it didn't start now. I was groomed in ngabo. We were talking about yes, Mkhulu. Foundation kamamu uWinnie, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. Yes, it needs to happen. Because we were talking about it from Dala. Kuthi sizoyiqatshwa qala nama foundation seasons. Makube kunzima, mina into zakababa namabhunu ngizokubiza nayathi yabo mangifuna abathandazayo ngizokubiza. You know? So it was I'm so grateful for the opportunity. Mkhulu bengisho ukuthi I'm getting away with murder. I'm grateful ukukhuluma ngoSisi Zindzi, a spiritual woman. A spiritual woman ongaphaphi. Focused. A woman who's focused. A woman who knows. Ukuthi mangihlele empepheni angiphaphi ngiyazotha. Intombazana fanele ngizothe, fanele ngigonqe. Uyabona? So I am so privileged ukuthi ngaphiwa i-chance yokuthi ngibizelwe kwilento kwi-TRC mina ubaba because bengisengimhlulile shame hayi ubaba bengimhlulile ngoJesu and then usizinzi manage kungigoba ayikho leya ayikho Chomi ayikho leya ayikho. So I'm so grateful ngithi noma ngibabiza ku-foundation ngithi ngiyazi nokuthi ngiphethwe yindlondlo ezinkulu ngithi ngiphethwe yindlondlo la emahlomba whatever that we are starting kababa akuseka baba eyabo mama Mzinzi eyabo mama Winnie eyabo Mangcobo we are pushing this foundation nayo umkhulu ngidala ngimazi umkhulu nayo khule nayo spiritual twasana nayo umkhulu ukhuliso ubaba ngokomoya. So kuqale kwaza uSizinzi kwazi ubaba ke ubaba beke busy umkhulu then uSizinzi ngoba yena beke shesha ke kuthi khona no baba. So I'm so grateful. Ngikhumbula one day I had a crush komunye umlungu neza ngixoxe indaba yami hey umlungu wami uZindzi wangiphoxa ngiyamthanda ke lo mlungu wami hayi ngitshela mina I'm open. Another thing that she taught me ukuthi Nozipho just be open. So I'm telling ubaba baba manje ngiyamthanda lo mlungu okay ngiyazi ke manje lapha ukuthi crushed siphelile ngomlungu wami. So when I was telling Usisi please the really Nozipho bebangibiza uBieta really Bieta do you want to go that route? So I had to let go shame kumlungu wami ke kwaba you know. But I am grateful ukuthi they were telling me the truth. Nothing but the truth. They were not hiding. We were real endlini kaMuthwa. We were real nabosisi and we were talking about uNkulunkulu. We were talking about uMveli Nqangi. We were talking about idlozi. We were talking about izinyanya konke ukuthi mawukhulisa ingane wenza kanje ushisa kanje impepho uzotha kanje. Yazi beningambona malapha yakubaba bengathi besigida nokugida. Khona isikhathi we in nobs sithatha ikhona sithi qa kancane sibuye sithi okay siyogida ngapho besigida ubegida hey ubegida lo muntu hey so into engazange yabona nathi as a family because the confidentiality is very important to the family. We had to keep like into yethu yomndeni esibumbayo. So I'm talking about a healer, a spiritual woman, a woman obelazi idlozi, a woman obebiza inyanya yazi ubethi makabiza abakube uzwela uzwala yabona umuntu makayisho right lento uyizwa la uzwela ukuthi wazi ke ukuthi yiyo. So Makhosi Mkhulu, thank you so much for the opportunity. I was thinking I would get away because uRose kakhulumile so ngithi sorted but thank you so much. Just know that noma nikhuluma ngayo nikhumbule ukuthi nikhuluma nangehila la. Nikhuluma ngedlozi la engithi mangilibiza sekunzima sengifuna ukuyola nabelungu ngilibize ngilizwe ngithi nangokufikile. Makhosi ngibe buhlungu kakhulu ukushiya kwakhe because khona abelungu bengisayofuna ukulwa nabo. Bengazi ukuthi angibophele lapha uthe noma ubaba seke sweleka she was crying. She called bese Denmark. She was crying. She called that Nozipho, I wish I was there with you at but ngikhulisile ngiyazi uzobamba lo mncwabo comrade uzobamba ne ngithi ngizobamba athi ungakhohlwa don't mess up ubambe ngokwesintu esifundiswe sona. So ngiyabonga ukuthi ungikhumbuzile ukuthi yonke into ithi ngqo. So mina into enze edlozi noma ngamanga business.
Oh guys, it's good boo. Boss is Nozipho.
I would do it all again. I can't imagine. That's all I've known. Everything else is just a fantasy. And what I've learned from this is to define myself not according to what I've suffered, the anguish and so on, but according to how I've survived that. And I think it's an important lesson, especially as in my capacity as a mother, as a grandmother. It's very important for me to be able to demonstrate that type of resilience and ability to see, to have a more holistic approach to life for the sake of my children, especially during difficult times.
And I love the one that we must keep, even the ones, I think I'll use more the naughty ones. Because it means that you were raised by naughty people. Because I was raised by amadlozi. So Nkosi wethu, and thank you so much to choose Babu Credo Mtwa as your father. I always believe that you did not have the parents that you had by mistake. It's only because there was a role that was set for you. And thank you for holding that light. There is no loss. It's always the beginning. And thank you for being such a beautiful woman. Guys, now we are getting there. We are getting there. So now, Mkhulu, Hleli Linda. Angola. All right. Asize girl, sorry. I'm in the spirit. So I'm forgiven. So, Sis Angola, please come. Asimshayele isigubhu guys, asivukeni manje.
Chavez! We all have spirit. By the way, all black people, we have spirit. Irrespective of Jesus, what. But the origin is we do it. Dumelang. Libitso la ka ke Angola. Mhlongo. Ke a leboga Mkhulu. Thank you everyone for being here. Lena, I don't know where to start. Layetse foundation is too heavy. I wish I was the first speaker. This is too heavy to compete. Anyway, not competing, but to say everything was said. About Zindzi. May your beautiful soul rest in power. How we met. Where do I start? Anyways, but because of my name is Angola, when Mama li Bozinzi baliko Frankfurt, ka mistake or I ke tsebe ke tla re ka one madlozi, but connected. There's not Mama win, but secretary or something. We still time. And oh, by the way, some part. No, don't answer. Okay. Not so much. Wow. As a sneak scoop. You are so okay.
Yo. Thokozani makhosi. Nokhaya. 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 Zindlondlo kunzima ukukhuluma ngomuntu ongeke uzwazi ukuthi ungamqala ngaphi ngoba ngeke uzumqede. So ngizozama. Ngizozama just the little experience that I have had with uNokhaya. Igama lami umhleli uSigwili wakaLinda. Unsele kaLinda Mkhonto usiziba silale ngonyama. Madela sidumbadla umlenze athi amagwala zambalekela. Wazoxoshiswa ngeenkomo. Umahlamba kubuyisa abafokazana begeza ngamanzi. Umthwalo wensimbi wayesonga wenza umqhele. Wathi umkhulu ke ungaboyisenga kakhulu umzukulu izophuma igazi. You know, Mkhulu asked me on, I think it was on Friday, yeah? And we were preparing for today. And Mkhulu said to me, I want you to say something about uNokhaya. And I thought, ngizoqala ngenze njani? What am I going to say? And I was walking around trying to write something down, trying to figure out ukuthi ngiqala ngaphi ngithini. You know, she's got such an extraordinary life. So where do you start, really? And then it occurred to me one evening, we were sitting last Godwin. And just as Nazi, Moshel no Nokhaya, Aglalo. Aglalo, we sat here and literally sat through the night. We had a bonfire here and we were sitting and chatting. And then in the middle of the conversations, Watikim, do you understand the spiritual currency? And I thought, I mean, I'd never heard of it. That was the first time I heard of the term spiritual currency. She said, yeah, if you're going to ask a spiritual currency, then it means ubas. But there is something as well about listening. Ngamuzwa kodwa bengamlalele. You know, you hear, but you don't listen. I heard that she said something, but I wasn't listening. Because I didn't really take that into cognizance. What is the meaning of spiritual currency? Well, at that time, I thought I knew. Yeah, sometimes I ngiphethe le number. And then later you find out ukuthi ngigejile kude ngibozile. You know. So then one day sasize for a meeting noMkhulu. And I wasn't feeling well that day. Ngathi ngavuka ngiphuma igazi emadlebeni. Drove ngigula nginjalo, came here sizoba meeting. Not feeling well, and then I ended up collapsing. And when I try and think about, I think that was the weekend before she left us, before she transcended. And then I think to myself, she's actually saying to me, awulaleli ngani? Awuzwa, uyatshelwa kodwa awuzwa. So as I was walking there, you know, thinking, okay, ngisazobhala, and yesterday we were rushing around trying to prepare for the function here today. And then something happened. Izolo. I'm in a shopping center looking for various things to prepare for today. Ngihamba ney'ngane zami, that's my son and my daughter. So ngihamba nabo izolo, and then we see isitolo esidayisa impahla yoNtamo Olukhuni.
That was the apartheid flag. And immediately I said, no. So I called for the store owner. The store owner comes and and he says, no, there's nothing I can do. It's part of my stock. And he pushed me out, you know. And I thought to myself, no, I can't leave this thing. So I went to the center management. Ngathi mina ngifuna ni-act right now. And I put my complaint in writing. I said, labantu bazala bazosithuka. Ina lento iyasintamba le. Okhokho bethu babulawa ngalento. And I cannot for the life of me understand ukuthi at this day and age you're going to be brandishing such nonsense. It must move. Hi, but you know, we can't really control what people are selling it. Now listen. If you are serious about continuing business as a shopping center, then you are going to make the changes that I'm asking for. I need those things moved. It doesn't matter how you're doing it. But angifuni ukubona anywhere on these premises kunento ekhuluma ngontamolukhuni. Obaba bethu bafa, omkhulu bethu bafa, bebulawa ngalento. Untamolukhuni omakama ngesandla. Amabhunu abelungu, umkhulu wami wayethi babizwa abelungu ngoba bafika la bezosilunguza base besithathela umhlaba. Manje labelungu laba okusho ukuthi uma lezi zinto zidayiswa basazithenga, otherwise you wouldn't sell something nobody's buying. Basazithenga, what does that mean? It means therefore itweet kaMamZindzi kaNokhaya was factual, was it not? So it means ukuthi we still have apartheid apologists. And it is most unfortunate ukuthi uma bekhuluma lezi zinto abazikhuluma besithuka kukhona abantu ababadefendayo. Wathi uDeclerc uma ekhuluma engakazichazi nokuzichaza uDeclerc kuthiwa awuzichaze ukhuluma ukuthini. Kwasukuma umbheki wathi hayi, he didn't mean to say that. Ngathi mina uyabona bafowethu akukhathalekile ukuthi isingisi usazi kangakanani. Asinamsebenzi nesingisi sakho, asinamsebenzi neziqu zakho. Esifuna ukukwazi njengoba uNokhaya wayesho, what is your spiritual currency? Currency is that which allows you to benefit. It grants you access. What type of access are we talking about? We're talking about spiritual access. Do you have spiritual access? So izolo, I saw uMamZindzi live within me when I took the entire center on. I didn't even mean to. My children will know. I even said to them, go and get the shop number. No, go and get the shop number. Before we leave here, something must be done. And they're going to bang for Zolo. It was hardly an hour, I think. Siphuma shopping center. The center management phoned me and they said to me, Sihambile, and we looked throughout the center for that merchandise in other stores, including the store that you were talking about. We went into the store that you complained about and we removed all of that merchandise. Now, I'm inclined to believe that was not my own doing. We are Mkhulu Nokhaya. Spiritual currency. When she said it to me, I wasn't listening. But yesterday, I think, was proof enough to say it is within.
So I would like to urge each and every one of us here to find our spiritual currency. What is yours? Ngoba okubalekile ukuthi uzazi ubuwena bakho. Uma ungazazi ubuwena bakho, you'll benefit nothing. And it's got nothing to do with imali. Bathandwa ningakhathazeki, imali is not everything. The fact that unemali doesn't make you more important. The fact that awunayo imali doesn't make you less important. Okay? Some people are so poor, all they have is money. So it means nothing to have money. Njengoba bethenga ama-buffalo nje, so what? Where is their spiritual currency? Makhosi, le ndaba yokuthi sibukane njengama-foreigner, sibizana amakwerekwere. Ezweni lokhokho bethu, ake sibukisise leyo nto. No African is a stranger anywhere on this continent. Nangu nokhaya usifundisa lezo izifundo every day in our lives. We learn that. You cannot be a stranger anywhere on this continent. So these borders, we should not be determined by them. That is why I don't subscribe to the African Union either. Don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. What type of unity are you celebrating when you have people that you regard as foreigners? As amakwerekwere. You don't regard China as amakwerekwere. You don't regard Bono Makamangasandle as amakwerekwere. But you will regard umuntu ofana nawe as ikwerekwe. What does that mean? You have no spiritual currency. So it goes deeper. Ngikhuluma ngesifundo sakhe nokhaya ngoba it means there was a reason when she pulled me aside. You have a spiritual currency. And I thought to myself, what is she talking about? And then she explained it and I thought, oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I thought I had it. Oh, okay. I know. Ngiyiphethe. Little did I know ukuthi hayi angimuzwa. Ukhulumile kodwa angimuzwa. And now it's beginning to come. I'm beginning to understand. Oh, okay. This is what she actually meant. So in that light, I'm very honored to have met Nokaya because the greatest lesson in my life is exactly that, spiritual currency. Over and above anything. Akunandaba ukuthi ngiyesikoleni how many times, how many degrees I'm having, it doesn't matter. Because if ungabazi ubuwena bakho, awilutho. And we have that today, oh professor, njengoba umkhulesho, abaprofessorize amanga. Ubabuza ukuthi kungani unyaka uqala ngenyanga kaMandulo babeboneni okhokho. And he doesn't know. But uma umbuza ukuthi who's Julius Caesar, hey angakutshela ihistory umsuka nokuhlala. Bayazi ke laba ke sihlezi silwe esikolweni. At one point utisha kamfana wathi kuye, he does not have the intellect to write a formal letter. And I took the school on. They didn't respond. He qualified for soccer colors. They refused to give them to him. I went to the school. I'm like, kungani umfana ningamnikeza ama-colors wakhe? Oh no, Mr. Lind, it was a mistake. A mistake, really? So they are breaking our children down. Amabom. You know what they did to him? After they said ukuthi qualify, they didn't call him to the assembly ukumnikeza ama-soccer colors, right? This year, ubuya kimi ngoJanuary uphethe scroll uthi baba kuthiwa ngiyofuna iblazer ngithi now what? How do you award ama-colors in that fashion? Iyakenziwa nini leyo? So if we are not careful, they are going to break our children down. Unokaya is very strict about that. Spiritual currency. We must fight, not for ourselves,
but for the sake of them. So for their tomorrow, we must give our today. Asingenzi makhosi because sifuna ukuzuza. Asisebenze njengokhokho bethu ezweni laseKhem. Aqale ukwakha ifoundation yama-pyramid angazi noma uzoyibona yini to its end, but ebenethemba lokuthi uma ngitranscenda before ngiyiqeda, my son will continue. Naye uma etranscenda before eyiqeda, my grandchild will continue. That is the spirit we need to have. So silanje siyabonga Mkhulu ukuthi you have brought this to us, because if it wasn't for you, now I wouldn't be talking the way I'm talking. I wouldn't know what I know. And we keep growing and we keep learning every day. Sibe nomoya ukuthi uma siqala into singaziqaleli thina. Siqalela abazukulu. Don't look for benefit right now. Hayi ngifuna ukuthola a quick buck, ngifuna nami ukuhamba ngeBentley. No, ngoba isintu sithi ukuzala ukuzelula amathambo. Imaphi lamathambo ofuna ukuthi azelule wena uma ngafuni ukuwabhekela ikusasa lawo. So anybody who doesn't love children doesn't love the future. If you don't love these, because those you should be caring about. Spiritual currency must be generational. Ngiyacela ukuyishiya lapho makhosi. Akukho okuningi engizokhuluma, sebekhulumile abaningi, and ngiyabonga because I've learned so much today here as well. Sengizwile ukuthi hayi unokhaya wayethi mabelala siyavuka. Kusho ukuthi nangempela mabelala sivukeni sisebenze. Nayi la ilele khona. Thokozani makhosi.
Thank you so much. Dramas! Wow, but before I forget, hey, Pereko, guys, this is Pereko, the one who always plays the Tibetan. Isn't he beautiful? I don't want to forget to tell you that. That is beautiful. Wow. Simzwile Mkhulu Mhleli. Wow, your spirituality is on another level. We felt your energy. And again, I love it when they give us homework. Find your own. We came here different even in physicality. Let's not try to be the same. Thank you so much for that. And again, I felt your wisdom. Mkhulu is doing a good job, guys. We give it to you. Now we're going to call Usizwe and Kabelo. Vapi. These are the kids of Zindzi, guys. They're also going to come and say their few tribute. Please come. And then after Bonake, it's going to be Mkhulu. Askhulule. Kutisbuyele Makaya. And then hand it back to me, and then I'll tell you what is the program moving forward. I guess Bashaile is scoop, guys.
Thokozani. Ninjani bakhe? Siyaphila. Mina igama lami ngoKabelo uZweli Buyile Hlongwane. Ngizokhuluma nje kancane ngomama usikhulisile. Ngumkhulu Thomas. Ngakhula ngokwedluzi la ekhaya. Ubaba uNsingiza. Nje ukuthi inkosi yomoya. Baba wami ongizala. Bengithanda ukuthi, you know, the atmosphere yanamhlanje describes the character eka mama. Umama was such a loving person, a warm body. Bowuthi mawungena endlini, when you are sad, in a space say of few seconds, you forget about yonke lento beku-upsethile, and you get in the mood that is warm. That is the character ka mama. She was a person that used to heal us spiritually and physically in all sorts of ways. Besithi masikhala sikhalela kumama, besazi ukuthi there was a healing guaranteed for sure. Umama was there, and she was also a friend to us. We told her of so many things that we could not even, utter those words kubaba. But she knew all the dark secrets and all the things that were happening in our lives. Umama was a very warm person. Usi groundile, spiritually. We actually, felt ukuthi we could have anything and be anything in this world because of what she's instilled in us. You came as a nobody in the house, but you come out fully reached, with everything that you could ever need, in your soul. So ngalawo mazwi nje ngithi ngingaqedi mhlambe umfowethu Sizwe la unamagama singaqedi amagama afuna ukwabeka kodwa I've always had an issue with how the system is operating in South Africa, where izwe lethu does not belong to us. I've always said to Mama, the NC says at branch level, the NC members are always saying we are in charge. They always have this arrogance of saying we are in charge. But now the biggest question was, in charge of what? Where? Because remember that a vast majority of land in South Africa is owned by the white people. And only little percent is in the hands of Abantu. Umama Winnie Mandela is always said to, we've always had a separate discussion, Minanaye, a very private one, where she would always say to me, it is in your hands as young people to make sure that you implement what needs to be implemented and you win that fight no matter what. And Umama has always pushed that, we engage and sibe abangani with those that are fighting for the true liberation of this country. And we've always said we will somehow, irregardless of what the situation is, we will try and pull that fight ukuthi silnqobe silithole lelizwe ngaphakathi kwezandla zethu. Otherwise we would have failed amaphupho wabomama, we would have failed even the next generation that is coming. So it's up to us as young people to somehow find a way to get the land back. We were not there at Kodesa. We were not there when the sunset clause was signed. We are not, exposed to documents that were signed back then, and all the agreements. There was one fellow who I cannot call Ngeka, who said we must scrape all those things. We must scrap everything and start from scratch. And we tell them that, look, the agreement that you had with the previous leadership, we don't know. We need to start from scratch and start a new state and get this land back in our hands. Thokozi.
Sanibonani, igama lami uSizwe. I must be honest with you, if it wasn't for Dad actually today, I probably wouldn't be up here. It's kind of very hard to, I don't know if anyone in this room has actually lost a parent, but any good memories or emotions that you might have shared or that I could have shared with you are not or they don't feel or seem the same, you know. So please do excuse my abruptness, but in speaking of my mother, it's actually quite difficult, and um, there's a lot of things that I could share with you, but these are my memories that I find precious to me, that I will hold for the rest of my life, you know. So I thank you all for being here, for sharing in this moment, and I hope her legacy actually lives on, you know. I thank you guys, you know, for coming today.
All right, thank you. It's good, bro. Sizwe and Kabelo. Wow, they are so wonderful. I was actually looking at them and thinking, Mkhulu and Zindzi, they did a good job. Now, there is a moment, Mkhulu, that you need to be proud of what you've done. And that is the moment. It's not easy that we grow up and we follow our parents. There's so many things that we face. So thank you so much. And with your heavy heart, Caesar, we will carry the legacy. That is the reason we're here. And thank you so much for your presence, and Kabelo, and everyone that is here. So now I'm going to call Mkhulu. You welcomed us here. So Stella Manjukutu Vale. And then after that, you hand it over back to me.
Kahle Opus Bu thokozini Makhehle thokozini Elathathwa, elathathwa, ngaba. Thokozani makhehla. Mama. Oh mama yeke. Yobo, yobo, yobo. Oh mama yeke. Yobo, yobo. Oh Tina Siswe, how Siswe, Sesi, oh Sikalela, Iswe, Thokozani, Thokozani, Ndlondo, Thokozani, siyabonga. Remember ukuthi attitude at the time, mesithi sikhalela. It means ukuthi sisancenga. But manje siyalithatha. Silithatha ngokubhidliza lo mbuso wabo. Siubhidliza kanjani ngokuthi sakhe i-parallel system. Asilwi namuntu. This is a silent revolution. Ilegacy kaMadlomo ke le. Ilegacy ongamelanga siyicompromise at any time. Usifundise ukuthi sibe amaqhawe namaqhawekazi. Ungasabi. It's better ukuthi ngibulawe mina for each generation to survive. Uzi-sacrifice wena. Ngoba vele kusasa ngaba yimi. Ngilele somewhere ngiyefa umkhuhlane bangishaya ngomjovo. Umjovo ozongiqeda in 2-3 years time. Ngoba bafuna uku-eliminate le mbewu. Yimbi le mbewu for yobona. Ngoba le mbewu ibhidliza ubukhosi babo. Yizwe lethu leli. Yizwe lamakhosi namakhosikazi. Mele libuye ngaleyo ndlela. Lingabuswa abafokazana abayibiza ama-democrats. Thokozani makahle. Qiniso nje lelo. Manje ke ngiyabonga ngithi ngibonga wonke umuntu okhona. Gogo. Ndlovukazi. 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 Siyabonga kakhulu gogo. Ugogo, she's a teacher. Mina naye sazana kude le. You know, I remember mengiqala the idea mase siyikhulumile neNdlovukazi ngaya kuye. Ngathi gogo nakho esikucabangayo. Esicabanga ukufoma i-foundation. But I would like you to be the anchor in that foundation. Because ugogo ngimazi ukujula, you know, the depth of knowledge about Africans. So I value you, Gogo. I value your teachings. Ngoba dalu ulendlela abantu abazi. Ngikhumbula no brother Ang. Sisahamba senza ama yoga ya conference. We're doing yes, Kemet yoga. Hey, ugogo, medu nature. Asinankingi. The day sesiqala our schooling system, team Laga Gogo is there. And they are linked to other teams internationally. So if future is bright, you know, to have Abandu Abanje Gogo. because mengithi mina abelungu yingane, I mean it. Because ngazi ukuthi Africa uyini, we are parents. Hey, manje ugogo is one of those people who's able to impart that knowledge without fear. Because isikhathi sokwesaba manje asekho. U-Antu silindile sonke uyobuzwa ukuthi uyeke le ndaba ngoba usaba noma bokwenze njani. Usabani nakhona? Ilungelo lakho. Phela mina ekhaya we had more than 4 million, 3 million cows ezathathwe eBergville yilabelungu. It means ukuthi bangidispossessile. I mean this poverty today because of labelungu, who are then supposed to be left in jail near reconciliation. It means ukuthi lamandla bawathatha kimi nasekhaya bangibusa ngawo namhlanje. Ngoba economic controls politics. Bayatshontsha. Bayayekelwa ukuthi bahlale nalomcebo to further oppress us and dispossess us in our own country. But local is coming to an end. Mengibona nina makhehla intsha getting involved. Ngoba thina vele sesiyadabuka. Yenu le room. Mele kube nani kuthiwa 1976 generation yiyo. They had i-role yabo, they played it perfectly. So nani ke yini le okumele nikhunjulwe ngayo. Ngoba masongasekho yabona namhlanje sivule incwadi yendlovukazi sithi lo muntu beso. Do you understand? So nawe mawushona ke utransform mele mawusala usale ukuthi sifunda incwadi enhle ngawe, singathi ube imenemene, ube umdayisi, ube izo zonke izinto ezinegative. Mokumele siprogress babeka nina phambili. Nithatha manje i-role of the master, the white babiza and the kitchen nigger. Banengi, all of us, abanengi bethu, they are in that position of being kitchen niggers. Block progress yethu, and that is a violation of our human rights as black people. In one of these days, mesithola nje amandla sizozi-challenge lezo zinto, because abantu continue to violate the rights of black people, and without even worrying about it, because umuntu omnyama ulele, you're sleeping, slumber. Koma jo, we are relaxed. Uphezu kwekhomakoma umlungu hayi ulapha efarm ushaya udaka lapha. Asivukeni makhehla please, ukuze sijabulise indlovukazi ithi mayibheke emuva ithi no, into engiyishila imbewu engiyitshalile naku seyahluma. Angathi meke buye emuva athi man ngishiya mess lapha. So ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngibonge nakuzo indlovukazi that put everything together. Zonke indlovukazi who were very active, namakhosi namakhosana obaba umhleli lapha. Sibonge nakubaba uMahlangu uJabu. Siyabonga kakhulu khehla. Ngichaza nje lokho because lento le bengeke yenzakala. And the funniest thing ukuthi i-association abantu abaningi Zindzi Mandela billionaire, so izinto zakhe mele zibe nobukhazikhazi. She was not about that to Zindzi. Ubukhazikhazi la emaholweni bobu fake. She always said keep it real, man, keep it real all the time. This is our situation, this is our reality. We are not going to lie about it. She was proud to come here. Every time Snama functions, she will be here because she belongs to the people. Akazihlukanisi mentally, emotionally from her own people. Manje mokumele celebrate sesicabanga ubukhazikhazi. Yes, right. Ubukhazikhazi. kepha asimphiliseni ngendlela obeke yiyo. Hey, uMzindzi always said keep it real. Hey, mangwana nyuku Joe, awuna nyuku. Hey, phela uZindzi ushone like a pauper. After all the sacrifice, ayiqalanga kuye futhi. Iqale kumama. Umama, after all the sacrifices she did for the country, to enable lama PE ukuthi athola ama-billions nama-million. But benzani? Bebethola le imali benzani? They forgot the only person that was there to keep the flag high. Ubuthathu Mandela bengasmazi. If it wasn't for Mamwini. Bengakasmazi. She was the only one Mamwini who was always pushing ukuthi Mandela must come out, Mandela this, Mandela that. We are poor mama. Ushona like a pauper. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with us ngabantu abamnyama? Ukubonga kuthiwa idlozi liyabongwa. Elingabongi likhahlele lifana nokuthi ukhahlela isitsha ngonyawo man. Huh? Yonke into iyabongwa bokumele sibonge singabantu abamnyama. Umama ama-billions akhe aphume kithi, whatever little you have, you are supposed to contribute. Ubonge ledlozi leli elisinikeze. Phela lento esikuyo noma kusithi kusase iHong Kong imanga. Kepha at least isi-advancile. It wouldn't be possible without the contribution kamama. But manje sikhohliwe. Well, impilo injalo. Abantu ababongwa amadlozi laba. Hey, they were not here for money. They were here for justice. For umuntu omnyama. Huh? So manje because umama uzondwa belungu. Nawe so bhayisikele emutaki. Hayi lo mama this, hayi lo mama that. So lento bese iqhubeka manje iza kuye. Ngathi kuye mina I will never let that happen to you. Even if ungasekho, leqiniso lakho goes on. Because this is what is supposed to liberate a black person internationally. Ngoba sigula ngokufana. So ngiyacela ukubonga ke makhehla kini nonke nabo abangani bendlovukazi. Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nibe khona nizophefumula. Umsebenzi uyaqhubeka. Umsebenzi wakhe uyaqhubeka, mina ngibhejile ngempilo yami. If it means I must die ngumlandele ngizomlandela. Akunalutho futhi thina ama-African we celebrate death. As Kali, we welcome death because sazi kahle ukuthi there's no death. We are just transforming. Kepera. Transforming. Huh? From this level, so actually freedom. Ukuphila, it's an imprisonment of the soul. Hey, so Okokobet used to celebrate umuntu megashona because it what hell when usunganeno. You are no longer people, tortured by the demands of this fleshy nook. Mzimba. Everything you do, wenzela lo mzimba. Umoya wakho ngaphakathi. Yikho bekethanda lengoma ngicela nicule before sivala. Kilela moya. Ubani ukwazi ukucula? Oza ubani? Awushaye go.
Anyazi kahle. Azo. Asukumento ya kilela moya waka. Oh kilela moya waka. Yaisaitre. Akilali nama, akilali masapo, kilela moya waka. Akilali nama, akilali masapo, kilela moya waka. Konkalelu moya,
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Don't hallelujah, 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 wake. That's all.
Iyo kilela moya wa. Iyo kilela moya wa. Thokozeni hayi ngiyavala ke manje khehla. Ukuthi nje ubekhalela umoya ngaso sonke isikhathi. Because of the belief, not belief ukuthi iqiniso lithi umzimba, it's a denser form of the very same spirit. So akunamehluko. Into okumele ukhalele yona yilo moya. Ukuze lo moya ukuguide, ukuprotect, ukwenzele yonke into. Because when before uba inyama, you are spirit. And the amehlo akho njengoba ungibuka are just an instrument for the spirit that dwells within you. So akuboni wena physical you, but ukubona bani lo moya ongaphakathi. So ngiyabonga makhehla. Ngiyabonga GK ZMF umsebenzi nje niwenzile. Wonke amakhehla nogogo siyabonga kakhulu. Thokoza.
Thank you so much, Mkhulu. I'm under pressure in the kitchen. They keep showing me the time that the food is ready. So say Valake, we've got entertainers that are gonna come in and really entertain us and take us to another level. As I said, my name is Wendy Mkhulu. I would not have done this without you. And I want to thank the Zindzi Foundation for trusting me. The way you guys look at me, I wish I could look myself like that. I really felt your love. I really felt your support. Holding a mic in front of people is not an easy one, but all the way you're with me. So what we're going to do, the entertainers, now the food, what we have designed is we're just not going to go through any order. So what we're going to start at the back. So you just go in and then you kind of come out this way. So we're going to do like a circle so that we avoid the traffic. So all the food is here, the drinks are here, but mostly it says of Gita, it says of Ken.